everybody. Yes, as Robert said, I'm Vice President of GERG, and also I am the Hydrogen Director at National Grid. So it's my honour and privilege to introduce this morning. And if we could just go to the agenda, I think we've got an amazing agenda today. I was looking down it thinking, can I dip out of any of this and get back to the day job? And I don't think I can. I'm going to have to sit in all day and take a good look at this. So congratulations to Alexandra and Madalena, who've pulled all of this together for us under Rob's leadership. I think we've got an amazing day ahead to really look at a whole plethora of hydrogen initiatives around the world. So really looking forward to the agenda. I'm going to kick off and cover the first section, and then I'll be handing over to Tongi to chair the remainder of the day from the coffee break onwards. But particularly the afternoon session, I think, looks very exciting from 1:15 to 10 to 3, where we really do go around the world and look at a whole raft of projects there. So really looking forward to the day. I'm going to just, I guess, be a little bit provocative to start the day in just a few thoughts to kick us off. So hopefully my screen is sharing now, and I thought I would start us off by sort of saying, what colour hydrogen are we talking about? Because we have constant debate in the industry about whether it's blue hydrogen or green hydrogen, or even now we've got turquoise, we've got pink, we've got yellow, and I see Isabel later on is going to talk about another colour of hydrogen later on the day. I do question whether we actually need to talk about the different colours, and I thought I'd put this up there because actually once hydrogen goes into the pipe and it goes down and is burnt, that's the colour of hydrogen as a gas engineer. This is a picture of the hydrogen hob in the hydrogen test houses that Northern Gas and Cadent have built here in the UK. These are demonstration houses that members of the public can go to. They can see a gas fire, they can see a cooker, a hob, and a gas boiler, all running on hydrogen. So, you know, we have come a long way in the last few years as to where hydrogen might play a role. And in many places, we're still working this out. There are many people out there that will say, if you look at, say, the ladder of hydrogen that we refer to, it's got very specific uses, whether it be in industry, or you can see our hydrogen car there down in the right-hand corner. My personal view is the market will probably work out much of this in due course. There's some provocative areas, of course, particularly when we start exploring the role of heat in homes, whether it's going to be heat pumps or whether it's going to be hydrogen, whether it's going to be district heating systems, or whether we're using different forms of electrification in the home to provide our heat. I think some of that comes down to regional realities. I mean, here in the UK, for example, 50% of our homes are not suitable for a heat pump solution. And that's because we've got very, very poor insulation standards. That's because we've taken out the water tanks that you need to be able to run the heat pumps and so on. So is the opportunity there for hydrogen to fulfill that role? It really comes down to, can we demonstrate the whole safety aspect? Can we actually get hydrogen down to the right price point? Is it socially acceptable to consumers? And there's lots of ifs when we start looking at this. So hydrogen's clearly got a role in aspects of industry. I think most people are agreed on that. We're seeing hydrogen have a role in transport, particularly heavy goods vehicles, buses. We're seeing bin lorries here in the UK now being converted over to hydrogen. And is it also there for dispatchable power in the future? You know, we've gone through days, weeks, even a month this year with no wind. So how are we going to provide that backup power in the future? And hydrogen has a potential role in that. So different people will agree or disagree about the relative roles of hydrogen. Today, though, is very much around how do we work out what the roles are, how do we tick off the various challenges, and how do we work together to get there. I thought it's worth just looking at the two ends of the spectrum in the amounts of hydrogen people are saying we need. And this is purely from a UK perspective. So I'm showing you here some of the scenarios from the future energy scenarios, but you could look at the Committee on Climate Change, which is the government advisors on the future of hydrogen and energy here in the UK. On the left-hand side, you're looking at the system transformation, and that's going from natural gas in blue to hydrogen in orange on the top left. And on the right-hand side, you're looking at an electric scenario. So this is an electrification-led scenario. Natural gas is dropping off and hydrogen plays a role going forward. What I wanted to do was get you to look at the bottom set of graphs, because if we translate the terawatt hours into cubic meters, and we're looking at billion cubic meters on the bottom, if we go through a system transformation, we're almost tripling the amount of gas we require in a gas transformation. And if we are looking at an electric transformation, we are looking at about the same volumes of gas in a hydrogen world as we currently carry in a natural gas world. Now that's really interesting from a pipeline perspective, which is my day job. We are looking at how we might convert the national gas transmission network here in the UK, as I start to look at the potential volumes we're going to have to carry to support the various industries, whether we apply hydrogen into homes, etc., etc. So even in the electrification scenario, we are going to have to be carrying almost the same levels, the same volumes of gas in the future. So that's not my analysis. This is analysis that is coming down the line from independent sources. So I thought I'd put that out there because I'm not sure if other countries have done something similar. It might be worth a debate later on to evaluate that transformation from the terawatt hours actually down to the volume levels that we're going to need in the future. I thought it was worth just putting up our roadmap. It's very difficult doing an introduction to hydrogen when you can't talk about your own projects. I've got two of my colleagues coming this afternoon to talk about my two main projects. So what I thought I'd do is put up our roadmap here and just highlight that actually this 5-year period we're in now from 2020 to 25 is really about building the evidence base. And that's why I'm really excited about today's agenda, because there's so many other parties out there helping us build that evidence base that we require to then start enabling the transition. Really, I see the transition really commencing from 2025 onwards. That's where we will know where some of the price points sit, what's technically possible, what's not, where are we on the safety cases, and so on. So 25 onwards, I think, is where we've really got to start making things happen, because it's really through the 2030s that we've got a lot to do. And when we talk about the transition, I'm particularly thinking of, say, the transformation of the national transmission network here in the UK. If we want to repurpose, which is about 1/5 of the cost of new build, we've got to do that very carefully. We've got to maintain energy security and energy resilience on the natural gas network as we transition to carrying hydrogen on that same network. So the two systems have got to operate in parallel. And we've also got to think about, as we transition to, say, blue hydrogen first, how do we maintain the natural gas network to those points? If we go to green hydrogen, where's the electricity coming from? If you translate all of the if we translate all the hydrogen we need into green hydrogen here in the UK, we're going to need about double the annual generation capacity to generate that quantity of green hydrogen. Incidentally, we also need to think about other systems. For example, that same quantity of hydrogen is about the entire supply of water to the city of Birmingham. Now, it may surprise you, but we do live in a water-stressed country here in the UK. Pretty much everything in England, south of the Scottish border, is in water stress. It's difficult to believe because it's raining where I am right now. But if we've got to start putting a lot of water over to hydrogen generation, we've got to think about the impact on other parts of our system. So really thinking through how we implement hydrogen, we've got to do this very carefully. I think hydrogen's got a role in all sectors, but we've got to focus on all forms of low carbon hydrogen. So the blue-green debate, I think the market in time will work it out. From my own point of view, I think blue is transitional. That means blue could be around for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years even. But we're starting to see some exciting developments, particularly in turquoise, which is the pyrolysis of hydrogen. So that could start creating new opportunities to take us forward. I've put here significant repurposing is possible. Our asset is worth around £6.5 billion. If we can actually repurpose that, we can save an awful lot of money for the end consumer as we go through that transition. But my points on the top right are, we can't actually wait for a perfect solution. You can keep it, when we have a term here in England saying kick the can down the road, i.e. make a decision in the future, make a decision in the future. If you wait too long, you're going to time out and you're going to run out of time. So the important point at the moment is to try and make what I call no regret solutions as soon as we can, because the transition, whatever the transition is going to take us time. So it's looking for those key points where hydrogen definitely has a role. For example, here in the UK, we're moving forward on the industrial clusters, and we're now looking at how we join those together with a hydrogen backbone, and we will roll out from those clusters. Those are deemed to be no regrets answers at this point in time. But bringing us back to the whole purpose of getting together, I think it's all about collaboration. We're very, very open with what we're doing, and I'm really pleased that we've got so many people on the line today that are also collaborating with us, and I think there's so much more opportunity to take that even further. So that's all I wanted to say by way of introduction, to just whet the appetite and get us going. I'm going to ask Alexandra to take control of the screen back, and I'm hoping that our first speaker is here with us. So I'm very pleased to introduce Tudor Constantinescu. I'm hoping I've pronounced that right, Tudor, who is the Principal Advisor to the Director General for Energy of the European Commission, and he's going to give us an introduction on EU hydrogen strategy and Fit for 55. So
Tony, sorry about this, but just I think Tudor is having difficulty connecting, and we might need to switch the agenda a little bit and bring Tudor on afterwards. Tudor, I'm not sure, have you made it to the meeting yet? I don't see your name in the list.
Okay, so if that's the case,
we're trying to get Tudor in lines, so maybe we should go straight to David first, if David's ready.
Yeah, are you ready to go, Dave? He thought he'd got another 20 minutes and was going to grab a coffee. He's coming online now. Dave? Can't hear you at the moment. Let's try again. That's it, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we've got you. Are you okay to go on now, David?
I am. I feel honoured to be promoted to the top.
So what we should say is David is down in Australia right now, so he's probably quite happy that he's coming on half an hour earlier, seeing as it's the end of the day there and the end of the week. So Dave, welcome. Dave is the CEO of the Future Fuels Cooperative Research Centre. He's somebody that I've been speaking to over recent months, and they are doing an awful lot of exciting work down in Australia. So really look forward to your presentation, David.
Thank you, and I'll just see if I can take control and run this. So good morning, everyone, and welcome from Melbourne, Australia. Yes, it's now getting a little late here, but I must admit I've been up after midnight each night listening to this conference, and I'm thrilled to be part of it. And also, can I say, take the next steps of, can I say, real-time global interaction, where the amount of collaboration that we're doing is great, but I think we've got to do a whole lot more given what we've got ahead of ourselves, and particularly the short timeframes to do this. I'm honoured to be part of your 60th celebrations as well, and I do acknowledge what a great amount of time you've been working in GERG, and one of my principal partners in here has just clocked over 50 years, but I don't think we're ever going to catch up with you guys. So what I want to do today is really not go into too much technical detail, but for everyone online, give you a sort of idea of what's going on in Australia, and particularly what we're doing and where you could go to get some more information. I'm very conscious that a lot of the people here I consider colleagues and friends over the last 2 or 3 years, often meeting by chance, as Tony and I did, but Robert Judd and I have met once face to face, and I think there's a lot ahead. If I just try clicking onto the next email. Okay, so the Future Fuels Cooperative Research Centre is a long-term partnership that performs industry-led outcomes-focused research. It's really important in Australia in that our government recognised about 30 years ago that we're not great at joining industry and academia to work on what industry wants, and the CRCs, or Cooperative Research Centres, are now 30 years in trying to do this. So they're co-funded by the Commonwealth Government of Australia, but with very large contributions from industry. And we've got over 100 companies and other organisations, predominantly from industry, that represent almost every part of the energy, what I would call movement fraternity here in Australia. And that includes gas transmission companies, gas distribution companies, electrical companies, as well as people representing end users and appliances. And that's really important. So we're predominantly an infrastructure body and look very similar to much of the GERG community. Partnered here, we also have various government agencies, which is really important because that's a crucial part of collaboration that also we don't do great in Australia. I'm a bit envious of how collaborative the UK HS&E sort of bodies are in working, and we are trying to emulate parts of that by having each of our state governments. We make this whole matter much more complicated than some parts of Europe, where instead of just a national government, we've actually got 7 states and territories that all have got their own laws and regulations and everything else. Although in some of my dealings with some German and French colleagues, I think there's also other areas that add those complications. And then the other part of this group here is our 6 partner universities, and you can see them there. Some of you may know University of Melbourne, University of Queensland, University of Adelaide, RMIT, Deakin and University of Wollongong, all who bring specialist skills to our unique coalition. And we're very action orientated, industry led, but very cooperative. And we're doing a very large amount of work. We now have over 90 projects going, and in total we'll be over the 7 years working on about $90 million worth of research work. So that's about 65 million US. And we're currently got about 80% of that up and running across 3 research programs in Future Fuels. And I should start by saying for us, we deliberately called it Future Fuels because we're more than just hydrogen. It includes hydrogen derivatives, it includes the bio and biomethane world, and also fluids such as carbon dioxide for CCS related pipeline activities. And our 3 programs, the first one looks right at the future of energy, future fuels technologies, production, techno-economic modelling and systems, and the whole future of energy question, as well as end use and appliances. The second one makes us really unique, or the second program, and that looks into public safety, public policy, social acceptance and security of supply. And frankly, a really important area because the policy and regulatory changes that have to happen in tandem with a lot of the technical changes are just as important to many of our participants, and also are the ones that could really destabilise the ability to get true investment in this area. Then the third area is our hardcore engineering area of what we call network lifecycle management, but is everything involved in all of that asset base, from fundamental design, metallurgy, material science on plastics, all the way through fabrication, installation, operations and maintenance, and then all the way through to actually a lot of work on decommissioning of assets. I just throw a few pictures here, you know, across those we've got lots of different themes, but you know, work on metals or steel pipelines, working on plastic pipelines, and also our appliance work is fundamental. And I show some pictures here. The top left there is a multi-million-dollar test facility that we've got at one of the universities, which contains samples or sections of every type of distribution, piping and fitting that we have in Australia, and doing long-term testing. And on the bottom left, we're doing millions of dollars worth of work on actual transmission pipeline analysis, including some pipelines that are currently studying their capability to convert from natural gas to 100% hydrogen. And in these, we're already having, and I really appreciate, almost monthly calls with, for instance, the National Grid Group. And I'll talk a little bit more on some of the groups that we're engaging in on this next slide. Because to me, international collaboration, as I said, is crucial. And we're currently dealing with a lot of groups overseas, but the groups that we speak to regularly and really respect and honour include, for instance, GERG, the European Pipeline Research Group, National Grid, Northern Gas Networks, who we're doing a lot of work with because we've got very similar projects, IGEM, and we regularly reach out to IGEM with all sorts of issues and compare notes, and also Oxford Institute of Energy Studies, because a lot of that future energy modelling requires, you know, first-rate thinking, and they're very interested also with what's going on in Asia. So that's enough on what the Future Fuels CRC is specifically. What I wanted to jump into was give you a taste of what's going on in Australia. And a good place to start is that our industry, and so this is an industry-led initiative, back in 2018, published a document called Gas Vision 2050, which actually highlighted the capacity and capability of the gas networks, and I use the word gas, not natural gas, for very good reasons here, to progressively transition all the way through to playing a fundamental role in a net zero world. What's really interesting, if you go back to 2018, is that it hardly got picked up by the media. No one was interested, but it was a real fundamental document for the industry to actually map out a pathway. And then initiatives such as the Future Fuels CRC started to put meat on the bones of this. And I highlight on the right just one part of this sort of 40-page document, that at the time we looked at it, that the first challenge was to make hydrogen, or hydrogen and biomethane, I should say, a thing. And we thought it would take about 5 years at the time. In retrospect, it probably took only about 2 years. And we're seeing that across the world. We always thought the next phase was to actually make clean molecules or renewable gases, whatever you want to call it, part of the plan. Part of the problem is in Australia, we don't actually have a plan. We don't have a plan that integrates the different sectors. We've got a really sophisticated plan on what we call the National Electricity System, but I regularly highlight that accounts for about 20% of Australia's final energy demand. And this whole issue of sector coupling, integrating, can I say, sectors such as heavy industry, heavy duty transport, as well as our export market, is really, really important. Residential heating is equally an issue for us, more so in some of the southern states, like where I am at the moment, which is colder. But we particularly look to the UK and Germany and others for, can I say, what I call the contestable sectors and learnings of how we deal with residential heating. So that for us is equally a tough topic, but one that we're particularly looking for Europe for a lead there. And on the right-hand side, you hear, we see that in about 20 years' time, it'll be business as usual, but we're a long way away from that at the moment. After 2018, Australia got a real kick here, and that was because our chief scientist, a person who only a year before was a self-confessed hydrogen cynic, became probably one of the world's greatest ambassadors for the need for clean molecules and hydrogen to play a role, and the complementary role that hydrogen plays and its strengths as a clean molecule to the strengths and weaknesses of electricity and clean electricity, largely generated from wind and solar. And we have a big transformation to do in many parts of our electricity or power system from largely a coal base. But in some areas of Australia, we are leading the world, such as South Australia, with a state of between 1 and 2 million people running regularly on more than 100% variable renewable energy every day, and a penetration of 1 in 3 homes with distributed solar PV on their roofs, which more than generate all the electricity needs during the day. So there's some quite fascinating, things that we're seeing there. The National Hydrogen Strategy put real focus on what hydrogen could do and a framework for further development. And I was lucky enough to be asked to be co-chair of one of the projects associated with that, which was the looking into hydrogen blending in our gas networks, and particularly what were the barriers, technical and regulatory, behind going to a much greater 10% blending, or 10 or 20, we call it low hydrogen, low blending rates right across the gas network. Okay, a little bit more on Australia, and I really want to leave you with just some thoughts and particularly leave a few minutes for questions. But Australia already has a really world-leading gas energy industry. Long history, most of it inherited straight, of course, from Britain. So town gas for a long time ago, sophisticated domestic gas system, and since the 1980s, one of the world's largest LNG exporters, and only last year becoming the largest exporter of gas in the world, or LNG in the world, rivaling Qatar. We've got a highly skilled workforce that goes with that, incredible natural resources and space when we look forward, and I'll give you some more slides on that in a moment. Incredible geology, particularly for underground storage, where when we look at the 3 or 4 ways that we could store underground, we've got them all, including salt caverns, but not necessarily as nicely located as the salt caverns that you've got available in Europe and the UK. We've also got world-class research universities and engineering specialists, and I see a key part of my role representing the 700 people that are active in the Future Fuels CRC is actually joining that all together. And as I say, I'm very envious, particularly of my English or my British, French and German and Dutch colleagues, because a lot of that happens a lot more automatically in your jurisdictions. Okay. I like this slide. It sort of shows, or the next couple of slides will show you a little bit about the Australian almost unfair advantage. The left one shows solar radiation curves across Australia. To the north, the red are incredible solar conditions, also where we're much less populated. I do highlight that down the bottom you see our worst solar conditions in Tasmania in the blue. They are superior to any location in Germany. Just to give you an idea of, even if we put solar panels in our worst location, we're going to end up with greater yield there. Same for the wind and in the middle. And then the right-hand side, I usually chuck this on any presentation that I give, particularly to Europe or North America. I ask the question, what does the circle represent? And to save time, I'll just give you the answer, and that is that that only occupies a few % of the world's area, but just to the north of us, there are more people living inside that circle than outside the circle throughout the whole world. And it sort of highlights something that often when we're based more in Europe or the US, we forget. And that's really important. And by the way, in 2050, there'll be 60% of the world's population living inside that circle. Little bit more on the space. There's Western Europe inside Australia with a lot of spare land mass around it, and same for the United States, just on an issue of space. And one thing we're finding, even in Australia, is that when we look at the scale of what needs to be done, whether it's the solar, whether it's wind, whether it's just transmission upgrades, we butt up against that social acceptance issue of, is society willing and accepting, a lot of what needs to be put in here, and we're very conscious of that in our forward thinking. Okay, a little bit more on Australia and what's actually happening. And we have 80 hydrogen projects already up and going. Most of them are concepts, early phase designs, or at the earliest phase, but 80 comes from only 10 or 12 2 years ago. So it just shows the scale of both interest, most of it from international investment, and the enormous number of delegations and consortiums. Prior to COVID, we were entertaining here in Australia. And now that we've just opened our borders, we're seeing more. We had 30 senior members of the German government and industry here in 2019, up to deputy ministers. And next week we have one of our largest customers, South Korea, turning up with over 100 senior members of government. So we're seeing huge interest here. Because the hydrogen strategy highlighted that, separate to Europe, most of our opportunity, or a lot of our opportunities in the longer run, are around export of Australia's clean energy to the world, but particularly to Asia. The first 2 projects I wanted to show is what we're doing domestically. We already have 2 power to gas projects up and running. Now, I know that equivalents of these have been operating in Germany and the UK for longer. But we have one there, the Western Sydney Green Gas Project, which is a demonstration or early deployment project, but is blending up add 2 or 3% hydrogen in our natural gas grid at the end of the grid to around 23,000 homes in Sydney, and Hydrogen Park South Australia, which is doing similar in Adelaide to about 700 homes. Both of them then become a logical next phase for our hydrogen in transport activities once the business cases has been underwritten by gas blending. And the one at the top also has some quite unique hydrogen loops in it using pipework, specifically designed to test storing hydrogen and then use through both a stationary fuel cell and a mini gas turbine. Another 3 projects when we look ahead that aren't installed yet, but just show the scale of some of what's being done. ARENA is our National Renewable Energy Agency. It's our government's way of funding and co-funding elements of renewable growth. And it is currently working on 26 projects, including a number of those gas blending projects. But at the moment, it's shortlisted from 28 submissions, 3 electrolyser projects at the 10 megawatt scale, and they're currently just approaching FID. Each of them will be the equivalent of the world's largest, like we see in Shell Germany at the moment at that 10 megawatt. One of them associated with an ammonia plant, fertiliser plant, and 2 of them associated with gas blending. Some of the early phase major export projects, the Australian Renewable Energy Hub is targeting 26 gigawatts of renewable energy for hydrogen export from Northern Australia. And some people may have heard of Fortescue Future Industries, which is associated with one of our 3 largest iron ore export organisations, owned or largely owned by a single founder who's now worth well over $20 billion, who's focused heavily on the delivery of hydrogen and green steel. And that organisation, amongst other things, is targeting 15 million tonnes of green hydrogen production by 2030. All of those projects and everything else, we found that we couldn't keep up with the announcements and other information. So I'm a co-founder with others in collaboration here, our science organisation, CSIRO, and the Australian Hydrogen Council, on a portal called High Resource. And I've put the website there, and we've got websites for everything else, but this is a one-stop shop to go and actually look at all those 80 projects, or at least get a short summary of them so that you don't have to be hunting around 80 different websites, and also some other related useful information about what's going on in Australia, both in the research area and also policies. You've heard me say before, policies and incentives are so important, and we've also summarised the policies from all around the world because it's really important for us to keep an eye on what's going on in North America and Europe, and we needed help there as well. Similar to Europe, I just mentioned here that the development of hydrogen clusters or hydrogen hubs or hydrogen valleys, industrial clusters, whatever you want to call them, is really crucial. And we have 18 of those developing around Australia at the moment, with recently announced $400 million of extra funding by our government to support an early phase 4. And I see that very similar to the UK equivalent. And I know that I think they're called Tranche 1 developments in the UK, and we've got similar here. So I've tried to rush through, so I've got a couple of minutes. Tony will tell me if I've achieved that or not. But look, in summary, we're at the epicentre of incredible change and opportunity here. I don't need to sell to this audience the opportunity of hydrogen. What I do want to do is hopefully have given you a flavour from the other side of the world, and that we should be very proud, courageous and bold here about our future, and that we've all got a lot to play, and there is still a lot of new knowledge needed. I've been involved now for 4 or 5 years. I haven't found what I call a showstopper, but we've got a lot of work ahead of ourselves, and I look forward to doing it in tandem with all of you. And I hope you found that useful tonight. When the pack goes out, I've deliberately put a number of websites there. I mentioned ARENA, I mentioned Australian Hydrogen Council. The Clean Energy Finance Corporation is our debt funding way of supporting with preferential debt. CSIRO is our national science organisation. There's another CRC like ours called Future Energy Export CRC, fully focused on the export bit, which may be of use. Of course, I've put ours there, and there's quite a bit of information you can get from our site. The Gas Vision, High Resource, our National Hydrogen Strategy, and our National Energy Growth Centre. So hopefully I haven't overloaded you, but a few resources there if you're interested. Thank you, Tony.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Dave. Thanks for kicking us off and stepping up. I can confirm Tudor is with us, so we're going to go straight over to Tudor in a minute. There is one question that's come in from Louis from Angers. Do you consider native hydrogen as a pillar of the strategy of the Australian green hydrogen system?
I'm not sure I know what native hydrogen means, Tony, so I'm going to plead ignorance at the moment. I know you started off with the colour discussion, and I perhaps should have just given an Australian perspective. We use the term clean hydrogen at most times, and under that, you know, we of course see a world of blue hydrogen, if you want to call it, or steam methane reforming with CCS as highly necessary and probable. From an infrastructure research point of view, to me, hydrogen doesn't have a colour. Whether the molecule comes from that or from green hydrogen, it's the same issues that we have to be working on our 90 projects, but I'm very conscious of the to's and fro's going back and forward on this. And so maybe that helps with the question on native. I don't know what native means.
Maresh has actually clarified it. Natural hydrogen, it's generated in the Earth's crust. So I think it's what Isabel's going to actually talk about a bit later on. So
I'm going to defer to others. I only actually heard of natural hydrogen about 3 weeks ago and added it to my list of, you know, reading to do over the Christmas holidays, because of all the topics I think I'm half an expert on, that's one that I haven't touched so far.
Okay, so I think you probably need to be on the line a bit later on. I think it's 1 o'clock for Isabel's presentation. So we might.
I'm already preparing for a late night. Don't worry.
Okay, so many thanks, David. And just in the interest of time, I'm going to move us on. Tudor is with us, so thank you, Tudor, for persevering with the system. Tudor Constantinescu is the Principal Advisor for the European Commission, and I'm very pleased to hand over now to you, Tudor, to talk on the energy policy and Fit for 55 package.
Thank you very much, and I'm very happy. Thank you also, Robert, for the invitation today. I'm very happy to join you on this anniversary of GERG and on this day on hydrogen. I have to acknowledge here the role has been played by GERG over the years, and when not so many people were so enthusiastic about hydrogen as people are today. And this helped to pave the way in many respects to developing the opportunities and to tackle the opportunities that hydrogen can bring to the energy system and to the decarbonization. But let me put this a bit in the context for Europe. So, and I will refer to the EU energy policy and the Fit for 55 package, which is one of the most comprehensive legislative packages just coming this summer. And all linked to the objectives of the Green Deal. The Green Deal, which was one of the first initiatives launched by the Commission and by the President von der Leyen, aiming to make Europe the first carbon neutral continent. Now, this is an ambitious plan, and this has multiple benefits, and this will come a bit to present. But to start, first, I would like to show on the next slide a bit how we see the future developing in this endeavor towards creating a carbon neutral economy and in achieving more ambitious targets for 2030, because I think this is a very important dimension which I'll refer to. Actually, based on analysis we have made, what one can see is that there is still a potential, first of all, to do on energy efficiency, and this is something which nobody should forget. So moderating energy demand, increasing energy efficiency should remain a priority, and it is the energy efficiency first principle we have here. And there are still sectors, in particular in transport, as you can see on the first corner of this graph, or if it is too small, you can see it later. At least in transport and in industry, we have made progress, but in transport and residential, it's still a big potential to tap. But now, moving towards 2050, we'll moderate the energy demand thanks to energy efficiency, but there is also something else. We need to decarbonize. And if you look at final energy consumption, we see how this is going to evolve. The share of electricity will definitely increase, we say from about 1/4 now to about half by 2050. However, half will not be electrons, so will be more.
On roads, tussen 11:05 en 11:05.
Sorry, yeah, and here we'll see biomass and biogas, but also hydrogen, synthetic gases, synthetic fuels playing really a crucial role in decarbonization. On the lower part of the picture, you see actually how we see the massive increase in renewables and how we see also the renewable and low carbon gases in the various scenarios coming in towards 2050. Actually, hydrogen and synthetic gases will gradually start replacing the natural gas. Next slide, please. And all comes now in relation to the fact that in implementing the Green Deal objectives, already a year and a half ago, we started with the energy system integration strategy, and out of it, the hydrogen strategy, because it is all very important to make sure that the energy system is planned and operated as a whole across multiple energy carriers, infrastructures, and consumption sectors. It means a system where different carriers are connected, a system more able to deliver carbon emission reductions. So the strategy, energy system strategy, has 3 pillars: energy efficiency, direct electrification, and the use of renewable and low carbon fuels for end-use applications where we know that electrification will be not feasible or too high cost. Renewable gases or hydrogen can offer solutions to store the energy produced from variable resources, renewables, and exploit synergies between the electricity, gas, and other sectors. So it's out of this that we came with the hydrogen strategy developed on 5 main chapters: an investment agenda, supply and demand, market infrastructure, innovation, and international collaboration. I'll briefly refer to it in the next slide because this is basically an entire action plan we put in movement to implement this hydrogen strategy. When we speak about an investment agenda, we identified and we have the targets for 2024 of 6 gigawatts electrolyzers and 2030, 40 gigawatts, and this will trigger investments of 24 to 40 billion euros. But for this, we need also investments in extra 80 to 120 gigawatts of renewables in Europe. This means other 200 to 300 billion euros of investments actually in renewable power generation, plus the infrastructure, other 65 billion. So it's a strong investment agenda, and I think that's why, in a way, it's very much linked to the economic recovery we'll need after this COVID and terrible sanitary crisis. And the Green Deal objective of achieving 55% greenhouse gas emission reduction by 2030 obliges us, in a way, to take more bold action now and not to wait for 2030, as it was the case in some scenarios developed in the past, to take action towards carbon neutrality by 2050. This will have the advantage that, okay, we'll need more investment now, more capex now, but in time, the OPEX will decrease. So overall, the benefits we have, plus the benefit of avoiding lock-in effects and avoiding stranded assets in the future, makes that this investment agenda, which is connected to the Green Deal, it's also helping very much economic recovery. Now, and all this is linked in a way, because boosting demand and supply will require that we have a comprehensive terminology on certification for hydrogen. We will need to have support schemes like carbon contract for difference, demand side policies, and for this we revise, and I'll come back on specific provisions of the Renewables Directive, of the ETS, the transport and industrial policies and strategies. We also need infrastructure. Ideally, we could have renewables and electrolyzers and industrial clusters all together, and in some happy cases it happens to be so, but we know that it's not always so. So we need to create on a European market also this. We need to create even a global market, and therefore infrastructure is important. And we use here the instruments, at least European level, we have in this respect, including the 10-year network development plans, including the 10E and 10T regulations, and also the CEF for financing. In terms of research and innovation, the strategy made it clear the importance of it, and we know that when we started here about 10 years ago, and it's all about partnerships in research and innovation, but also in deployment, and I'll refer to them a bit in the next slide. We had electrolyzers of 100 kilowatts maximum 10 years ago. Yeah, thank you for changing the slide. So now we are actually at the point where we speak about 100 megawatts. So the progress is immense, the progress is huge. And finally, on international dimension, where we first of all, and as underlined in the strategy, we try to see what is the potential around Europe, east and south in neighborhood policy, and where the industry itself has identified a potential of other 40 gigawatt of electrolyzers to be installed. But we also look at the international scene on how to create a global renewable low carbon hydrogen market, and for which we need the certification I have mentioned, but also the rules for trading. We need to facilitate the development of infrastructure. Therefore, under the Clean Energy Ministerial, for example, together with our partners and colleagues, we have launched a global ports coalition, and we look at the global objectives and goals. Now it's all articulated also with the work on certification and calculating greenhouse gas emission reductions for different hydrogen production pathways with the International Partnership for Hydrogen Economy, which subsequently now is developing a working group to look into the possible trade barriers for hydrogen and for low carbon hydrogen. So all these actions are equally important in this transition. Because at the end of the day, what we see is also based on the IEA outlook, it's even a cautious estimate is to move from about 90 million tons of hydrogen today to over 500 million tons of hydrogen by 2050. And this is just 30 years from now. Now, speaking of our partnerships and being here in the conference of GERG, I thought it's important and relevant if you move to the next slide, just to underline a little bit the importance of that. I was saying how we moved with electrolyzers from 100 kilowatts to now 100 megawatts. So last year under the Green Deal, we had already a call for 3 such projects in Europe. The support for research needs to continue. We need to prioritize, and this is what I am going to do with the successor of the fuel cells and hydrogen joint undertaking, which will be the European Partnership on Clean Hydrogen. First of all, to focus on production, distribution, and storage of clean hydrogen. But we also need to put the resources together and to work and to extend the partnership and the cooperation between the partnerships. So therefore, with the European Partnership for Clean Steel, we'll look into the low carbon steel making and build synergies. Again, the same is the process for Planet, with industry processes where fuel cells, technologies and hydrogen can be well integrated. The same goes for aviation. In aviation, where we have synthetic fuel, but also for short flights may have hydrogen. So here also to look at how to integrate the storage of hydrogen developed with the joint undertaking, how to integrate the fuel cells. The same applies for tracks in the European Partnership towards Zero Emission Road Transport, or for maritime in the European Partnership on Zero Emission Waterborne Transport. Next slide, please. The partnerships will not be just at the level of research, and it's clear now at the same time in last year when we launched the hydrogen strategy and energy system integration, the Commission launched on the very same day the Clean Hydrogen Alliance, which brings together about 1,500 stakeholders, mainly industry, but not only, with the view to create a project pipeline, we just had this week the Hydrogen Week, and there were meetings also of the Alliance. There are many projects, around 1,000 projects, which were identified with a view to be put in operation by 2030, and most of these projects are on hydrogen production. And I have to say, cumulated, they exceed the target we have in the hydrogen strategy. They move even towards 60 gigawatt. Okay, maybe not all of them will be so simple to materialize, but it's clear that bringing all these actors together, identifying projects which can be of interest also to several countries, cross-border projects, sometimes to be developed in the context of an important project of common European interest, IPCIs, but not only. Developing and connecting the hydrogen valleys, which are initiated through the research partnership, the FCSU, and so on, and launch even at international level through mission innovation, where we very much pursue this objective, will help hydrogen play its role. We see many projects also in the area of transport, we see projects in industry and all across Europe, and I think this is a very important dimension. And one thing more, for when we speak about hydrogen production, 85% of the projects are renewable hydrogen. So it's very much aligned also with the objectives of the hydrogen strategy, and it's showing the clear direction also from the commitment also from industry in this respect. But now we have the research I was mentioning, the partnership, we have also commitment of actors, we have a lot of financing, because now with Recovery and Resilience Fund plus a multi-annual financial framework, Europe is putting for the next period 1.8 trillion, and with a strong climate target into this, and financing will be able to drive additional investments, but to drive additional investment and to have really the change we need in the energy system, in the economy overall, we need private investments. And to achieve this, we need definitely a right regulatory framework, which to be forward-looking and to encourage and support the technological progress, but also to make sure that we have an affordable energy system for the future, sustainable, affordable, competitive. And this is the purpose of this Fit for 55, which in next slide, please. You see, it's one of the most comprehensive one with 13 legislative initiatives. It's touching on emission trading scheme, on effort sharing regulation, on land use and land use change and forestry policies. And when we speak about hydrogen, gases, of course, on energy efficiency and renewables, which are at the core of this, plus cross-sectoral aspects related to, for example, taxation and certain standards, which I'll refer in the next slide. So there are different provisions on all that, and we are convinced that this way the transition and can be fair, can be cost efficient, and can be also done in a competitive way. So basically, looking at the next slide, please. If we see the type of measures, they all look at pricing, at policies, measures and targets in the second column, and then the rules. And try to combine and put in balance the various measures, either related to ETS or extension of ETS taxation, with the targets we have for renewables, with the targets we have for hydrogen, for renewable hydrogen, with the rules we have for stricter CO2 performance of cars, with the objective for deployment of infrastructure for alternative fuels. And all this with the dimension which I was referring to of a social dimension and the social climate fund, which will come into operation in the next period. So it is about interconnecting the various proposals and try to strike a careful balance between pricing, targets, standards and support measures. Okay, so on the next slide, I will, because it is about hydrogen, I will try to show a little bit more details about what is relevant for hydrogen here. And first of all, when we speak about renewables, we speak about doubling the target for renewables from 20% 2020 to 38-40% by 2030. And in this context, also much more attention for renewable and low carbon fuels. I think this is a very important dimension here. And we speak about 50% renewable hydrogen in industry. We speak about 2.6% renewable fuels of non-biological origin in hydrogen in transport. Then the energy efficiency directive, which is also important because what I was referring before, moderating the energy demand and energy efficiency first principle, and the whole energy system integration is actually about building an integrated energy system more efficient. So this will continue with more objectives on reducing the energy consumption for 2030, more ambitious targets, plus, of course, renovation of buildings, which needs to be accelerated. Achieving the energy efficiency targets should actually help as a percentage support achieving also the renewable target. Next slide, please. Now here we have also other provisions, and the alternative fuels infrastructure regulation. Now this is important because it's a percentage of reduction of greenhouse gas emission for transport fuels and enabling also synthetic fuels, being ammonia, methanol, and others. Plus the electric charging at 60 kilometers and hydrogen refueling stations every 150 kilometers. We have the fuel EU aviation and maritime proposals. I have to say for maritime, we have the target to establish a limit on greenhouse gas intensity of the energy used on board. And this target is based on a reference value reflecting the fleet average of greenhouse gas intensity of the energy used on ships in 2020. And then a percentage to be reduced by every year, start a bit more modest in the beginning, 2% by 2025, but ending with minus 75% by 2050. So, and the same for aviation, where we encourage sustainable aviation fuels and ensure electricity supply for stationary commercial aircraft at all gates by 2025. Now, the ETS is another very important part. The ETS is crucial in achieving the CO2 emission reductions. And here on one hand, we go deeper on the existing sectors, and we aim to reduce by 61% by 2030 the greenhouse gas emissions. We know that ETS currently covers only 41% of total of the sectors with the total emissions. On the other hand, to extend the ETS, so go deeper on the existing sectors and extend it to other sectors and include after 2025 the road transport and buildings. And because we are aware that this may have an impact on vulnerable groups, and so we create this climate social fund, which I'll refer a bit in the end to make the transition just. And the energy taxation. The energy taxation is also important, is a strong focus on shifting from labor taxation to green taxation, and also have preferential tax rates for renewable electricity and renewable fuels like hydrogen, which is again an important tool. On the next slide, you see the last part of the package, which has not come yet, but I've mentioned it here because it's, I guess, relevant for GERG and its members, and it will come hopefully by 14th of December, so a bit less than 2 weeks from now. With this package has a couple of main objectives. First of all, to facilitate the integration of renewable and low carbon gases in the existing gas grid, to enable the development of dedicated hydrogen infrastructure and markets at transport level, very often through repurposing the existing gas infrastructure, to foster more integrated network planning between electricity, gas, and hydrogen markets, this energy system integration we're referring, and also to promote consumer engagement in renewable and low carbon gases in a way similar to the electricity market. So it will include terminology and certification for low carbon gases and hydrogen. We had a very good public consultation, and all the elements were addressed and will be addressed in this package. So the adoption, as I said, should hopefully be in less than 2 weeks from now. On the next slide, I just want to spend a moment on showing the fact that we want really to make the energy transition fair. And there are a number of support measures. First of all, we have the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which I was referring to as the structural funds, and the cohesion policy, which clearly has a strong dimension into this, and which includes in the structural funds also the just transition plans for vulnerable regions like core regions in transition or islands. But furthermore, now we'll create the social climate fund to support households, transport users, small medium enterprises, support investments in energy efficiency and building renovation, provide direct income support for the most vulnerable households and finance zero and low emission mobility. This should be based on this extension of ETS, and 25% of the expected revenues will go into this fund. We estimate about 70 billion for the period 2025-2032, which to be matched by an equal amount from the member states. So that means a total of about 140 billion. So with this, I think I would like to conclude my presentation. Not before saying that we'll continue our work on all these aspects and also on certification, and we'll continue also research. And we count on you to continue very good cooperation also for the future in all these areas, including also for standardization, which will be again very, very important in the years to come. Thank you very much.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Tudor. We've got a few questions. We're just conscious of time, so I need some quick answers from you, please. On the Hydrogen Alliance slide, it talks there about storage, and the question is the storage actually being held under the hydrogen transmission and distribution infrastructures?
Some projects are related to hydrogen storage, and yeah, this is linked to the infrastructure, but of course can be salt caverns, but there are different projects on this.
Okay, thank you. Question from Miresh. Can you please highlight what the 2.0 project is doing regarding hydrogen?
The 2.0?
Yeah, 2.0.
The partnership.
I have to say I'm not aware of it, so
I don't know what exactly project he's speaking about, so that's why.
Yeah, the 2.0 partnership, indeed.
So they focus also on inclusion of fuel cell systems in heavy-duty vehicles and also in industry.
Okay, now a mathematical one for you, Tudor. From David, mathematically, how does the EU achieve fit for 55% by 2030 if it only increases the renewables target from 38 to 40%?
No, the target is increased from 20, which is now 2020, to 38-40% in 2030. So this compares with the previous what we had in the clean energy for all package of 32%, and this when we're aiming for 40% greenhouse gas emission reductions. Now we move to 55% greenhouse gas emission reductions, having the share of renewables, having the improved levels of energy efficiency as well. So, and yeah, I think this is the answer.
Okay, so it does add up, David.
And by the way, this is share of renewables in total primary energy consumption. But if you look at share of renewables, for example, in electricity by 2030, based on our estimates, it will be about 65% renewable electricity by 2030. So therefore, even more important, the role of storage and also the role of hydrogen as for large-scale storage.
That's great. So last quick question. In terms of alternative fuels infrastructure deployment, how will it be funded? And it goes on to say the speed of deployment will very much influence the development of use.
Well, so what we have in the regulation and what we speak there is about what is along the 10T corridor, and for this we'll have CEF. But there may be additional stations, and we see this at urban level as well, which will not be part of that and will be financed by member states. And we see already in Germany, for example, a lot of stations being developed and deployed, and also to city level. But what we have there, it's referring to what is along the 10T corridor and then benefits from the 10T support.
That's brilliant, too. Thank you very much for those quick responses. Just to keep us on time, I'm going to move us on. So I'll say thank you very much for joining us this morning. It's much appreciated. And I'm now going to take us on to Tanguy Manchek, is going to give us a presentation on the GERG hydrogen roadmap. So Tongi, I'm going to hand over to you now, please.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. Can you hear me properly?
Yeah, you're coming over loud and clear, thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. I think we just got a very inspiring keynote from the European part and also worldwide perspective. That's I can say just encourages us to go forward into more collaboration and more coordination of our efforts. So that's exactly the way we want to work within GERG. So I'm Tanguy Manchek. So I work for GERG and I'm leading the research program on hydrogen within GERG RISE, the research center of GERG. And I'm chairing. I'm today here as a chairman of the hydrogen working group of GERG. And so I will, as Tony said, I will give you a short overview of the new roadmap we are proud to deliver today officially, and I think that I'm really excited by this work we've done throughout this 18 months period, and I will see. We'll give you a brief overview of the conclusions we raised during this period with all the experts involved, and. It will be the turning point of today's presentations because we got the target and Tudor Constantinescu showed where we have to go. Now we have to see how and show how we will go, how we will be on track and how we will reach this target. So everything is dealing about projects here. We show that we were shown that in Australia more than 80 projects are currently ongoing, and now we are turning. We will show you today that from this roadmap, many projects are ongoing or are soon to be launched by GERG members, and to reach this target. So this is the planning for the second part of this day. So we can start with a quick overview of the roadmap. Thank you, Alexandra. If you want, next slide, please. So to be quick, I think we don't need to. We are all convinced that hydrogen will be part of the energy transition, and as we just Tudor just showed us, the gas grid repurposing and the injection of hydrogen into the grids will be key to make this happen in due time, as requested by producers and hydrogen consumers. So the gas infrastructure has to be hydrogen ready. Is it ready? No, not yet. We really have to tackle and face many challenges, and the work we did this year is to assess at a European level with all our members representing the gas industry, universities, and research centers. So identify and prioritize all the research gaps to unlock all the issues we have to work on. And everything again is key. The main word here is collaboration. We don't have time to rerun the same programs, and so collaboration is our main driver here. Next slide, please. So the roadmap process, we launched about 1 year, a bit more than 1 year ago now. Gathered more than 100 experts from GERG members, so representing the global European industry and R&D centers, and we collected the insights about the state of the art and gap analysis of the experts. to make recommendations and prioritize the research topics we had to address. And again, as I said in introduction, this is I won't say a starting point, because GERG has been involved in hydrogen for more than 2 decades now. But this is really a key point to coordinate our efforts and launch new projects within the GERG program committees, dealing with distribution and utilization, transmission and storage, and LNG. Next slide, please. So, brief overview of our key findings, and that will be in the roadmap that will be released today. We identified 16 categories that we can merge into 5 main streams of R&D efforts. So, gas quality, asset materials, end users, maintenance and safety, integrated storage, and new technologies. And within those 16 categories, 115 research topics, very concrete topics, have been identified and mapped on a timeline, so that members could coordinate and their efforts and address those very critical points. So, next slide, please. Let's show you an example. So this is maybe a bit difficult to read here, but that's I want just to show you the idea of so this is dealing with gas quality with 3 subtopics: meters, analyzers, and sensors, quality of the blends and purity of pure hydrogen, and gas properties and billing. So some examples of the key issues we have to tackle here, and how they are mapped on the timeline with a priority level, so low, medium, or high priorities, and so to concentrate our efforts on the main challenges we have to face. Next slide. So on gas quality, some examples of the key findings and research action we are now launching within GERG. So it is clear that the regulatory and policy about measurement and fiscal metering will be key. As today we have no issue on hydrogen, but as soon as we speak about an open third-party access, open and transparent and non-discriminatory grid, that's what we expect to achieve altogether. The metrology will become key from the flow meter itself, but of course, but also speaking about converters or of chromatography. So that's one of the key points we have to address and find make available quick and precise enough systems. That's one of the examples. Gas quality will be also key when we speak about flowing gas throughout Europe, and what is the minimum purity expected for pure hydrogen, what is the maximum hydrogen available and authorized throughout Europe in blends. That's what some of the questions we have identified, and so that we are launching some projects on that now. Asset materials, I won't go into all of them, but you'll have the slides available, and again, you can get access to the document itself with an executive summary of the roadmap that will be made available today. So some points about interaction between hydrogen and metals, wells, how inhibitors can be injected to counteract the effect of hydrogen, and many questions about equipments like valves, regulators, or compressors to assess their compatibility with different blends and pure hydrogen. Next slide. Thank you. So end users, of course, end users is not for most of the gas industry. End users is really downstream, but it is absolutely key to adopt a global value chain approach and understand what are the impacts of hydrogen on existing gas clients when we speak about blends, but also how we can provide pure the right purity of hydrogen expected by for instance the steel industry that is currently converted to in conversion to hydrogen, as we just discussed a couple of minutes ago. And the right and the right purity of hydrogen we have to deliver is absolutely key. Do we have to provide very high purity of hydrogen, fuel cell compatible everywhere, or can the industry consider that lower purity will be compatible, and then of course this will make the walls. This might make the whole system more cost effective from a European grid perspective. But that's some of the questions we have to address. Storage is absolutely key. Xavier wanted to confirm that that storage is really part of the scheme, and it is. So we really have to. We are really working on that as well, both underground and above ground, and with different kinds of storages, of course, salt caverns or hydro. So a large part of the system will be addressed here, as it will give the flexibility expected to store power through hydrogen and deliver hydrogen in a flexible way. Next slide, please. And of course, safety is key in our approach. As a gas industry, most of members are really pushing forward on this topic, and with various and very critical points, like assessing the effect distances when we mix hydrogen with gas, and for pure hydrogen networks. I will mention also work on the GWP of hydrogen, so global warming potential of hydrogen, which is a crucial point to not only for the industry, but also from a global hydrogen value chain perspective. If we have to show and coordinate our efforts all together to prove that hydrogen has really a positive impact, and this includes and onboards the question of global warming potential of hydrogen. And finishing with the new technologies, so something a bit more strange, maybe as a name for a category name. Here we will find some improvements and fine-tuning of blending methods, so blending plants to blend hydrogen into the grids, but also downstream on the separation technologies to separate hydrogen from the blend, and this allowing to value separately the gas, methane and hydrogen, and give the best value to each of them. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as a conclusion, we are all convinced that the best way to deliver this absolutely key grid to deliver and distribute hydrogen for local needs, but also up to the hydrogen backbone in Europe. We really have to deliver to deliver our effort in a quite short time, and with many key points to be addressed still. And so again, collaboration is absolutely key. So that's what we really try to push forward and within GERG and foster collaboration within our members, of course, but also with other main leading associations worldwide. So as Future Fuel CRC, PRCI, or APRG, to give some examples. And so we are really happy to connect on those issues and coordinate our efforts. So as I said, you will have we will be lucky enough today to have the chance to get the access to this new brochure. So executive summary of the network, of the roadmap, and we'll be happy to discuss it more in details within GERG with all stakeholders that are interested into more connections. So thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Tongi. So, as you said, the brochure is going to be available after the event. You'll be able to take a look at the whole programme. I'm conscious that we're over time at the moment, and Bettina, I know you've asked a question. I'll ask Tongi to pick that up in the next session to answer that. We are 5 minutes over time for our coffee break. So what I'm going to suggest we do is take that break now. Tongi is taking over as chair from, it's 11:05 European time, 10:05 UK time where I am now. So by my clock, you've got 8 minutes now. So please go and grab a tea or a coffee, and Tongi will take over it, and we'll see you again shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. So Alexandra, I think we can start again. Great. So I will hand over for the rest of the day. So the target is set. We have our roadmap with the gap analysis. Now it's time to speak about projects and initiatives. And so I welcome Peter Christensen, which is the Chief Strategy Officer of Evida, so Danish DSO, and that will present us the Ready for H2 initiative that has been launched a couple of weeks ago by a great representation of the distributors, European distributors, and we'll see how we will pave the way for this hydrogen grid to appear from from local to the global view we can imagine at a European level. So the floor is yours, Peter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I will step up where Tongi left off with that developing hydrogen as a key energy vector is its crucial role in the energy transition. That is one of the reasons for this project. Another thing Tongi mentioned was the need for collaboration, and that collaboration is key to driving the green transition both on time and in a cost-efficient way. And that is some of the main reasons for the Ready for Hydrogen project, which was the first meeting was held at the end of August this year, focusing on where say the European hydrogen backbone is left off. It's the hydrogen backbone is about connecting hydrogen across Europe. The Ready for Hydrogen project is focused on how we can make sure that we get the local hydrogen networks in place, and that was the main ambition for launching this project. And if I can have the next slide. The project is European DSO study. It's the gas DSOs in Europe. And the main reason is to try to combine the hydrogen expertise, the experiences we have across the European gas DSOs, and try to create a common understanding on how the distribution networks can help realize the European hydrogen ecosystem. So it's really saw a need that to get this working, we needed to work more closely together and really start sharing information into much faster way than we've been doing. But also at the same time to make sure that not only the DSOs but also people around us understood what we have and what we can deliver in helping realizing the European hydrogen ecosystem, and then the support for Fit for 55. If I can have the next slide, because the project took off with the ambition that if we could get 3 to 4 lead countries on the wagon and get the project starting, then over time we could have 6 or 7 countries. But the situation is right now that we have 14 countries, 75 DSOs, and both DSOs who have only gas, as we have in Denmark, but also DSOs who's working both with gas and electricity, and that gives a broad representation. We're also backed by 8 associations, including GERG and all the other European organizations like SEDEC, Eurogas, GO, GD4S, the energy communities, etc., is working together, supporting us in this project. And we also expect the gang is actually increasing, and we expect within the coming weeks to be able to announce a few more countries from Europe. And we also expect to announce the first country, country outside Europe who will be working together with us on this project. So it's really a project which has taken off in a sort of big way. But if I can have the next slide. And what is actually the reason? The reason is also the European gas DSOs come from a background where we have been delivering cost-effective, safe energy to a lot of consumers. The DSOs in the projects are supplying gas to 64 million households every day and keeping them warm during the winter. We're serving 150,000 industrial premises, which needs a sort of gaseous fuel for their industry. And over the last couple of years, we have been connecting more than 600 biomethane plants to the gas networks. So we have been showing in over a number of years that we have an extremely reliable gas network, and we're able to make sure that that a steady supply of energy. And with this background, we see that there's a potential also to get this knowledge, this experience into the next wave and into the work with the hydrogen. And if I can have the next one. And that's also, when it comes to hydrogen, we have already, over the recent years, been building relevant knowledge and experience, and that's really increasing right now. There's been made 41 DSOs feasibility studies on hydrogen. There's 27 DSOs pilot project plans, and already 9 DSOs pilot project delivered on various parts on the hydrogen readiness. So all this fits very nicely into what we also saw the GERG hydrogen roadmap. So that's a lot of things playing together. But it also shows that the DSOs are already very active. And one of the things that amazed me when we started this project and started the dialogue with the countries around Europe is actually how much is actually going on. If I had a feeling that we were far ahead in Denmark, or we were doing a lot of things, I realized that there's really a lot of things going on. Countries who have plans for converting their network to 100% hydrogen, and others with other plans for transition using blending and so on. But a lot of things and a lot of knowledge. So that's some of the things we're trying to get together in part of this project. And if I can have the next slide. And what the project, the study, is actually trying to deliver is the first part, which will be launched at the delivered at the end of next week, is what we're calling the local gas networks are getting ready to connect. It's actually about what is the knowledge, the experience, what is the infrastructure we have, and you will see some amazing numbers of how much of the infrastructure, how much of the pipes around Europe, which can actually be converted to use for hydrogen. All these things will come out next week with some very exciting news about that. The second delivery, which probably will come out just early next year, is looking at the value propositions and the role the local gas networks can play in the future role of the hydrogen value chain. It's about things that taking the experience we have of connecting customers, measuring gas quality and metering, etc., and all these other value propositions we can put into play to help the transition to a hydrogen economy. The final delivery, which we are planning to deliver sometime in February next year, is a roadmap how the local hydrogen networks can be put into play, how the distribution companies' infrastructure, knowledge, etc., can help the transition into hydrogen, and actually a sort of a roadmap which shows the different routes that can be taken and will be taken across Europe, but really demonstrating how the big value and the big opportunity there is to really to put this existing both the gas infrastructure but also the gas DSO into play, and really think really there's a chance here to make the transition both faster and much more cost efficient than without this. And if we can have the next slide. And there will be, we have already a website ready for hydrogen, and we are on LinkedIn and Twitter where you can get more information on the project, and all the deliveries will be. So with this, open for if there's questions or whatever. Guess it's Inge controlling this.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Peter. That's I think really exciting to see how we can have a coordinated approach, and so it's really a very good example of the collaboration and the role as a platform, and GERG can play to help you on this. There's a question from Resh. So please, can you clarify how the transition of end users are accounted for, and also clarify whether you address blends and or pure hydrogen? Thank you. And I think this is, you mentioned it, but I think this is key, since you have a very strong connection to both end users, and I would add also appliance manufacturers, and so you usually have DSOs have a very good knowledge and of the stakeholders' needs, and so this will I think accelerate collaboration.
Yeah. Yes, and that is if we talk about the end users, we will not go deeply at this stage, go into deeply on the transition of the end use, but we will be looking into it briefly. When it's coming to the blends, it's part of the project that we will look into the various routes that we'll probably be taking across Europe on the blends as a transition to the pure hydrogen network. The final focus on the project is to arrive at pure hydrogen networks in Europe. And if we missed Switzerland on the map, yes, Switzerland is definitely on the map. Should be on the map. make sure it is there. It's really been exciting to see the support we have been gaining from countries, and we right now is in discussion with 6 more countries about going into the project. So it's really great.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much. Brilliant. So now we will continue with GERG projects, and I will give the floor to Robert first. That will go a bit have a look back in our history about the hydrogen project that has already been launched during the last 20 years. We will focus then on there was a question about how we connect to the SEN work, and you will see that Robert will show you that we are really strongly connected to the normalization, and that's really key in our work. And next we'll have Patrick Millien from NG that is chairing the Taiga project dealing with impact of blends on appliances. So first, Robert, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tanguy. Thank you, everyone. And I was very pleased this morning to hear Tudor's comment on GERG being in the one of the first organisations that was pushing the potential for hydrogen before many others were interested. As I say, I was really pleased to hear that, and I hope I know Tudor was engaged in a similar exercise in trying to raise the interest in hydrogen at the European Commission level, and hopefully we've been of some mutual support in that respect. So thank you, Tudor, for coming along today and inspiring us, I think, on the road. So I know we don't want to dwell too much on history, but I think this is our 60th anniversary conference, and I think it's worth just having a quick overview of where we've been and then thinking about where we're going next. And I think the Taiga presentation, which Patrick will give after this, will show what we're currently doing in one respect, and also we'll hear a lot more this afternoon about what members are doing and what other people are doing with regard to really making things happen. And I think a lot of this is built on the legacy of research, and of course that's not just us, but I think we have been trying to play a major role in terms of pushing that research and building that legacy. So just a brief recap of who we are. You all know, or most of you know, who we are, but I think it's important to consider that we've been on a journey. We were five companies at the beginning, and now we're around about 35. We have not just gas companies, but we do have academics, and we have research organisations, etc. You see TNO, you see Hydrogen Europe and EBA in there, and we've expanded our membership, and importantly here we're about collaboration, and you'll see on the right there we are collaborating across many fronts, and the question earlier about how we're plugged into the SEN initiative, how we're plugged into Hydrogen Europe initiatives, the standardisation initiatives. It's clear that we see ourselves not isolated by any means, but we're always at the core of whatever is going on. We try to link not just within Europe, but across the ocean, as we've seen from David and heard from David this morning. We are very closely engaged with the work that David's doing with Future Fuels in Australia. You see there the map of where we are now compared to where we were at the beginning. We are across Europe in terms of our membership, but we're across the world in terms of our engagement. We are just going to go through very quickly an overview of the kind of projects we've been involved in. I'm just going back to the start of this decade, effectively, when the Naturally project was, I hesitate to use the word lobby, but I think we tried and we worked within the European community to get that project off the ground, and Gas Uni were the driving forces, or Gas Uni Research, which then became DNV Kima, which then became, of course, ultimately DNV. But I know Arno Floriston was the original coordinator from within Gas Uni, and that I'll mention that very briefly in another slide. There were several other projects. The Dom Hydro project was a domestic appliance type project. looking at the impact of hydrogen on existing and mostly older appliances, like led by Kiwa. The HIPS project was an important benchmark study leading to the HIPSNet project, the high-ready European power to gas platform, Elegancy, Tiger, which we'll hear about, the SEN H2PNR, which we'll also hear about soon. And importantly, we're on the road from fundamental research through to standardization, through pre-normative research, ultimately to implementation. And I think what we're doing and the work we've been doing reflects that. And hopefully by the end of this presentation, you'll see that we are aligned with what's going on at the normative level, as I think Tongi put it, but also that we're working across the board. ENSOG I mentioned here. We're also working with Markergas, although for some reason the logo of Markergas is should be on this slide. But yeah, so you'll see that the work we're doing spreads across from Europe all the way across to organisations like PRCI, Future Fuels, GTI potentially, EPRI, LCRI, the Low Carbon Research Institute in the States. We do have a global perspective, and we do try and ensure that what we do is aligned. And our roadmap was produced in alignment with lots and lots of other initiatives, including the PRCI State of the Art that came out last year, which we had a very strong input to as well. Just to go briefly through, if I can drive to the next slide. The Naturally project was, I think, in many ways the start of the current journey, although you might argue that GERG has been involved with hydrogen since it began, when the first projects were town gas projects. And of course, town gas was already around about 50%-ish hydrogen. This was looking at the use of the existing natural gas system. And there were around 40 partners. Some of them are highlighted on this slide, but it's important to recognise as well there was a major piece of work done on safety at the then Advantica Spade Adams site, which is actually led by Loughborough University, but actually set a lot of the kind of knowledge in place for the work that's being done following the Naturally project in terms of understanding the safety issues around releases from pipelines and potential explosion hazards, etc., etc. But there was a focus on life cycles, durability, safety, gas appliances, and what gas appliances could take, the idea of separation, which we're hearing a lot more about again now in terms of deep blending, and also a decision tool. And again, I think you can find at least the publishable summary of this report on our website. So most of this information I'm going to gloss over very quickly, but there's a lot of information behind it. Much of it is available on our website. If it isn't, then it soon will be. The Hydrogen in Pipeline Systems, or HIPS project I mentioned, this was again a benchmark project which kind of precedes the work we're doing now, but this was very heavily, there was a lot of engagement here from the gas industry and from others, and most of our members were involved in this project. And it was looking at the understanding the impact of hydrogen blending. It was more of a literature study, but we are still making use of the outputs of that work. And it is on the GERG website, the report, if you want to find the report. But also it's led to another network project called HIPSNet, which is currently being led by DBI, and there are around about 40 members of the DBI of the HIPSNet partnership. Every year we have a workshop. There are lots of newsletters coming out for the members, which give updates on the current status of knowledge in terms of the injection of hydrogen into the gas networks, or ultimately the conversion to 100% hydrogen. So moving on, the Elegancy project was a project led by Syntef, which completed a year or so ago, and this was looking at the hydrogen CCS value chains. And I think, considering where we are going now with this discussion about blue versus green hydrogen, the potential for CCS, a lot of the outputs of this project will be very valuable in determining the potential for using the CCS-based approach. There were 5 national case studies, including a UK case study. There is a decision support tool and an open source tool that allows you to develop your own scenarios. But of the 5 case studies, there was a Norwegian case study, a Dutch case study, a UK case study, a German, and a Swiss case study, and they're all out there on the website. Again, there's many published deliverables on the Elegancy website, which you can actually find via our own website. And you can link directly to this project from there. Moving forward, the High Ready project, again, this is led by DNV with support from DBI, This is looking at engineering guidelines for preparing natural gas networks for hydrogen injection. This, again, is a project which GERG has been involved in, involved in formulating. It's still running. It's in its second phase now. I think it's being led from the DNV in Groningen. It's looking at basically engineering guidelines, best practice at grid level, system functionality components, looking at performance, maintenance, repair and safety issues, location, the level to which installation requirements are affected by hydrogen. It's not specifically a research project, but it does make use of the research and the current state of the art in terms of enabling us to set engineering guidelines for the future. Moving on, that was a brief overview of some of the major projects. You'll see, I mean, one thing, just going back briefly to this slide, I think there's a number of empty boxes there which you'll see are intended to be filled by new projects, and I think they will come from the research roadmap, but also from the activities we have ongoing within Europe at the moment. I'm pleased to say that as news we had this week shows that at least 3 of those boxes could already be filled with new major projects, but we can't say a great deal more about that. But really, it's all about the future, and the SEN project, which we're going to talk about in a second, and Hiltrud introduces it again, is almost helping us, or starting to help us, to define what that future looks like in terms of the research needs to standardise to introduce hydrogen. So over to you, Hiltrud, to introduce this project.
Yeah, thanks a lot. This is my pleasure to introduce you, Robert. Looking to the last slides, the assembly of projects is really significant and impressive. So I see again that we are in good hands with our project. So regarding me, I'm working with the German Association of Gas and Water, DVGW, but here I'm representing CENTC 234, the European Committee for Gas Infrastructure Standardization, and I'm also convener of the supervisory board of this project. We are very grateful for this EC-funded SEN project on hydrogen in natural gas systems. It is related to infrastructure and application, so the scope is much broader than that of CENTC 234, and we are glad that all the other technical committees are with us for that. As we are preparing in the whole sector, we are at the moment developing and preparing also for the standardization to support the transition to hydrogen systems, and also for a transition for the blend. This project has a very big value for us because it brings us a huge collection of the hydrogen studies which are related to the scope of the project, and it is not only a collection, it is also an analysis of the knowledge, and it's really a comprehensive bundling of that. And it's on one hand we have the big knowledge bundle, and on the other hand, we see where we still have gaps, and we have a common understanding where we have gaps with this project. And for us standardizers, this condensed reports, which we have at the end, makes all the subjects digestible for us. And we can dive in details where we think we need more details, and we have that big knowledge list, how to do that and where to have a look into. And it also creates for us a common basis for the whole standardization community. And here I would like to give my thanks to GERG, and especially also to Robert, because GERG and Robert had a key role in the initiation. GERG already carried out a similar knowledge project for biomethane. I think this was subject 2 days ago. And in the exchanges with the Commission, our project on hydrogen was more or less a co-product. So thanks here, Robert, to you, and also to TC408 of biomethane. And thanks to the good experience of GERG, we could arrange a very fast setting of this project and identify with the whole standardization community the key aspects which we want to analyze in this project. And here I have to say it was a marvelous job done by the expert teams. We had 1 year to do so, and looking to the set of reports, the final draft we have is really impressive as well. So I'd like to thank here to GERG but also to the Commission, that they enabled this project and to support us with the funding and also believe in the use of our gas systems. And we hope that we can tie in with further projects in the SEN context and also in other European organizations to enable a real reliable standardization. Yeah, that said, I also want to congratulate you, GERG, for the 60th birthday, and I give over to Robert to see into the details. I think that's the most important for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hiltrud. Thank you,
Robert. Excuse me, Robert.
Yes.
Is it fine for you in a 10 minutes time to go through the project? So
I can go through it in less than 10 minutes, Tongi.
Okay, great. So just
to Patrick, so we can hear about Tiger. Yeah, obviously I won't be presenting any detail, but I will give an overview. Thank you, Hiltrud, for the kind words, and thank you for the appreciation of the work we've done. It was a great project to work on, and I think it's going to highlight lots of things for us in the future, which is really important that we understand where we're going next. And as you say, this project was linked very much to standardization and is aligned with the work that we've been doing with others in our own roadmap and the other partners I mentioned earlier. When we formulated this project with the consultation with the CENTCs, we worked very closely with all the CENTCs with GERG membership and highlighted eight categories that were taken forward by the Commission and funded by the Commission as a single project. Ultimately, a further one was added at the end because we used the travel budget that we couldn't use elsewhere to look at the technical acceptability of hydrogen by industrial applications. You'll see the 8: gas quality, safety, transversal, network equipment, steel pipes, underground storage, end use, industrial and power generation. And we had a team of people, often interacting, working on each of these subjects, led by a GERG member, and it worked very well. And as Hiltrud says, we just produced the final reports. But importantly, it was very much a collaborative effort, and it was a very deep analysis of the knowledge out there. And what we did was, as Hiltrud said, CENTC 234 steered the project. There was a steering committee, a steering supervisory board of over 100 experts. And the goal is looking ultimately at the standardization needs. And this is linked very closely, of course, with the work that's going on in the Sector 4 Energy Management Working Group Hydrogen, but also the standardization request that was issued by the Commission a couple of years ago and is still being worked on within SEN. And I think this will inform that standardization request in terms of understanding what the needs are for updating standards for use with hydrogen. So ultimately, it's the pre-normative requirements and activities that are required to lower the barriers to implementation through the standardization process. What we did was we followed a similar methodology to what PRCI did. We developed a data sheet, which is part of the project, which actually runs to over 1,000 projects. Looking at all the different parameters, the sector, the topic, the subtopic, the geographical spread of that work, acceptability, whether there were gaps, ultimately the relevance of the study, and then that was then taken forward. Well over 1,000 references on hydrogen that were dug out by the project team, and they were then assessed in detail. And just as an example, I mean, there were several gas quality subtopics. The knowledge survey just shows really what the kind of temporal spread of the kind of work we've been looking at is, and you'll see that there's been a huge increase over the last couple of years in the amount of work that's coming out on related to hydrogen, and that I expect will continue to grow. So what we have is very much a snapshot of where we are, and things are changing very fast, and we're going to have to manage that in terms of the knowledge base continually changing around us. But just the way we did this was we collected the knowledge, we then did an assessment, and then we went forward to define what the PNR actions were. And with the help of the supervisory board, we've led to the point where we can now take forward a list. And the pre-normative actions are documented again in a set of tables which have been made available to the output of the project. There are many of these, and we're in the process now, following the project, of really streamlining these and ensuring that they are in a situation where they can be. We can ensure that we're not duplicating effort, for example, but there is a bit of work to be done to use these tables. Ultimately, the outcomes from January to November this year, the project was delivered. The last presentation was on the 29th of November. We have 9 reports for the individual work packages and a summary report, which I'm still finalising with the help of the supervisory board, but also a collated reference list, as I say, of prioritised actions to be taken forward, as well as the canvas of information. But ultimately, the reports will be used by the same technical committees, and we will use the outputs of this work to define and look for, to help us to prioritise, along with the other things like the roadmap that we mentioned earlier. There is a strong alignment with the roadmap, but the intention is to use this to help us to go forward and define the highest priority projects that will give us the biggest impact in terms of the pre-normative requirements and standardisation. So that was really a very quick overview of what we've done. There's a lot of work, as Hiltrud says, there's a lot of information in these reports, and I thank the whole project team, and I thank the Commission, SEN, everyone who supported this, because it's been a very, very good experience, and I think hopefully a very, very valuable exercise in terms of the outputs that we've achieved from this. So really, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you very much. And thank you, Hiltrud, also for the introduction. I think this is a really great work, and I can say that the members that were involved, the experts that were involved, really had a tremendous work, did a tremendous work. At the same time as the roadmap, so for both work together, I really like to thank you again for the work achieved this year. So Patrick, the floor is yours to present the Taiga project. Sorry, I forgot one question from Sarah to Robert. It seemed that the website linking to Naturally project and results is dead. So is there a way to find to get access to the former report?
Well, we can. The Naturally website is dead. We do have access to, there is a publishable summary report which we can obviously make available without any issues, and I think should already be on our website. If it's not, then we can make that available. Of course, the detailed reports are more of an issue because the ownership of that work needs to be more carefully managed. I mean, they have been used in the GERG project in terms of understanding past work, but yeah, we do need to, we can make the publishable report available, but we need to have some discussions about making everything else available, I think it's fair to say.
Thank you, Robert. Great. Okay, so Patrick.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Then I will present you during the 15-20 minutes that are to come the Taiga project. So Taiga stands for Testing Hydrogen Admixture for Gas Application. If we can go to the next slide, please. So the goal of the Taiga project is to tackle one of the many topics related to the injection of hydrogen in the natural gas grid. We are looking at the end of the line, so especially the challenges for the end user appliances for residential and commercial sectors. So mainly what we want to look into is how are these appliances affected in terms of safety, efficiency, performances, and emissions mainly. Of course, we look also into the actions or manipulation that the installers or maintenance agents will have to deal with. If we summarize only for the residential sector, we have 200 million gas appliances with a lot of subsegments of technologies. So it means that well, the work is quite huge, and we have to be very flexible in the approaches we will put into the project. So I will give you a few highlights about that in the next slides. If we can go to the next one, please. So the consortium of Taiga project, first, the project is subsidized by the European Commission and the FCA-GU. They offered us a 2.5 million euro budget to realize all we can during the 3 years from the January 2020 to December 2022. We are 9 partners in the project. We are 5 laboratories in charge of the test of the appliances. We will have DGC in Denmark, DFOR-EBI, and GVI in Germany, GasBE in Belgium, and NG in France. We also have the CEA as a lab in France, but they will be dealing with the non-combustion impacts of hydrogen mixture. So, for example, embrittlement or leakage. Then we have 2 manufacturers in the consortium, BDR Thermea Group and Electrolux. Their main goal, of course, is to make sure that our results are relevant, but also to make sure that what we are doing and the methodology we emphasize is relevant for all of the stakeholders. In our case, mainly the standardization committees and the manufacturers themselves. And finally, GERG is in charge of the work package dealing with communication, dissemination, and exploitation of the data. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So we have 3 main objectives in the project. The first one is to close knowledge gaps about the impacts of blends on appliances. You will see that we have many data for some kind of appliances, like condensing boilers, for example. We have many data from past experimentations, for actual laboratory tests, or even standardization work. But for some other kinds of appliances, like cooking hobs, air heaters, for example, we have close to nothing. So that's where our project is important. We will try to look into all of the segments of technologies from the same at the same level of testing. So we will test as many appliances from one type to another and try to be able to compare the results. Second step, we want to help the standardization to make sure that tomorrow we will be able to certify appliances with a blend of hydrogen and natural gas. So we are not there to make a contradictory approach to what the standardization committee or the Sensenelec is doing. We are there to support them, meaning that we will be working closely with them in helping by providing test results, thoughts about test gases, for example, to help them. We are not there, of course, to make a parallel approach. We are to make sure that the results are used. We have to work really jointly in the next years. And finally, we have to summarize everything we have been doing for 3 years and make sure that we clarify for the stakeholders the acceptable hydrogen percentage that can be blended for the existing and new appliances for residential and commercial appliances. We will be looking into safety, but also performances. These are 2 topics. We have to see what are the acceptable percentages for both aspects. Next slide, please. So our organization is based on 6 work packages. Project management led by NG, work package 1. Work package 2 led by GVI about the status of gas utilization technologies. Work package 3 about the experimental work led by DGC. What we want to transfer there is what happens on the field when we inject hydrogen in natural gas. Then we have work package 4 about standardization led by GasBE. And the question is different here is how can we certify an appliance with supposed to work with a blend of hydrogen and natural gas. So there we will be talking about limit gases or test gases in general. Work package 5 is about mitigation measures. So how can we increase the acceptable rate of hydrogen for appliances? It's led by NG. And finally, the work package 6 led by GERG, as we said before, about communication, dissemination, and exploitation. What is very important is the link with the advisory panel group. We have around 40 members in that advisory panel group. And additionally, we have many links with all of the standardization committees for end use. So TC 109, 58, and so on. We have a liaison with TC 238 in charge of test gases. And we have very strong links with other European projects like Higgs and also the GERG PNR project that Robert was discussing just before. If you can just go to the next slide. Yes, I will focus mainly on work package 2 and 3 today because work package 4 was discussed before with the PNR actions from Robert. So if we can go to the next slide. So work package 2 is about the status of gas utilization technologies. So mainly the idea there is to gather all the knowledge we can have from past experimentation, past laboratory studies, theory, and so, and try to compare that to the segment of appliances we identify to try to understand the criticity of blends for some kind of appliances compared to others, and then define a test program and select appliances. So if we go to the next slide, I will discuss a bit of some of the tasks. For example, the task 2.1 was about the screening and segmentation of the portfolio of appliances in Europe. As you can see, even if it's very short, we have around 50 segments of appliances. Why 50? Why? Because we have different types of appliances for boilers, cooking hobs, water heaters, catering, gas heat pumps, micro CHP, for example, radiant heaters. And within these types of appliances, we have subsegments based on combustion technologies. We will expect different impacts of blends on condensing boilers than in atmospheric boilers, for example, or even different impacts on condensing boilers with combustion control properties, for example. So that's why we have many appliances, and we try to test at least one appliance per segment. Of course, some are more represented on the market, so we will test more condensing boilers than atmospheric boilers, for example. We can go to the next slide. I just wanted to show you a little bit what has been done in terms of theoretical analysis of what we can expect for end-use appliances. Specifically, we will discuss about the fully premixed heating appliances for like condensing boilers. As you can see on the graph, it shows the flame velocity according to the air-gas ratio. It's on the axis. And the curves you can see are at the bottom, we have a pure methane. Then we have methane and 30% of hydrogen, and then we have 50% of hydrogen and methane. So what is the first impact of the blends in terms of combustion? The flame velocity increases due to the hydrogen admixture. What happens when flame velocity increases? We have the risk that the flame goes back to the injector, comes back in the injector and creates what we call a flashback or a lightback, which is potentially a damage for the appliance or the end user. What happens with fully premixed appliances? We have a second effect. We have the effect that when we add hydrogen in natural gas, the air excess increases due to the difference in the calorific value of the blends compared to the pure methane, which means that we are going horizontally on the graph. Therefore, the flame velocity will not increase so much for fully premixed appliances. We expect we will not have flashback problems with them. If we can go to the next slide, we can see the situation is completely different for partially premixed cooking hobs, for example, or other technologies on that way, because we are not working with, we are working below stoichiometry in these kind of appliances. Therefore, when we add hydrogen, the excess of air increases, but then we are going closer to stoichiometry. But since we are on the bad side of the curve, actually the flame velocity is nearly doubled. So therefore, in this kind of appliances, we can expect from the theory flashbacks. Can we go to the next slide? The task 3 is mainly a study about the studies. Therefore, it's more about a benchmark of what has been done in Europe or in the rest of the world about the impacts of blends of natural gas and hydrogen. So we are talking about past laboratory studies or experimentation like grid, like things that are going on in UK, like high deploy, high ready, and so on. And the goal was to see if they had the same conclusions according to different parameters we decided, like decided on, like efficiency, overheating, and so on. And as you can see on the graph on the right, the conclusions are not always the same. Why is that? Simply because the protocols may be different, because the conditions of test are different. For example, with space heating appliances, some are using high emission temperature or the low emission temperature, and it can influence the dew point, for example. So all of that meaning that it's very important for a project like Taiga to be able to propose a common methodology of test for all of the types of appliances on the market, because it will allow us to identify more clearly which appliances are impacted on which kind of impacts or risk here. We can go to the next slide. At the end of the work package 2, we worked with the work package 3, experimental work, to define a common test protocol on the selection of appliances based on what we saw from the theory. For example, we decided to test more appliances from sectors or segments where we think or expect more problems. So then we have in the task 3.2 different kinds of testing that we will go through in the next slide. Thank you. So the first one are what we call the short-term tests. So actually, what we are doing is injecting a kind of natural gas quality in the test rig, and then we increase the percentage of hydrogen to see what happens on the appliances according to different factors. Our methodology there is not about test gases. We are about different quality of gas distributed in Europe. So we define what we call EU high and EU low, which are the extremums of natural gas distributed according to a NetSoc study. And then as you can see on the graph on the right, when we inject hydrogen from 10%, 30%, and 60%, we go very fast out of the density and Wobbe index range of the gas distributed in Europe, which explains why we can expect problems or impacts at least. Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. So what we will be looking into are different things. We're looking into safety, so CO emission, flashback or overheating risks, but also the impact on emission, so NOx, COs as we said before, but also what is the impact on unburnt of hydrocarbons, for example. And therefore, we'll be looking into the comfort impact, so efficiency, but also thermal power delivered to the customers. We will have different protocols according to the kind of appliances, but mainly the same parameters will be checked into different gas composition, different set points like Qmin, Qmax, for example. We try to focus on existing or used appliances and new appliances, and we will be looking into some extreme test conditions. Next slide, please. Thank you. So it's very complicated to conclude on every kind of appliances because, as I told you, we are working on 50 segments, different segments. We tested so far around 30% of the appliances we plan to test, mainly condensing, atmospheric boilers, cooking hobs, ovens, fires, and catering equipments. Generally, very generally, efficiency is not significantly impacted. NOx tend to decrease, and CO can or cannot be impacted. So you can see it's very blurry conclusions because it depends from one technology to another. It will be complicated to draw common conclusions on all of the appliances. However, from the first results, what we can say is that for atmospheric technologies like cooking hobs, for example, or atmospheric boilers, we can go up to 30% of hydrogen without any issues in terms of safety, mainly. We can have a low decrease of efficiency, but no safety impact. For premix appliances, we can go higher than 30%. However, we have another kind of problem, which is adjustment, and I will discuss about that a bit later. So we can go to the next slide. The first point we wanted to highlight is flashback. It's very important because this point is about safety and damage to the appliance and potentially end user. One of the first learning of Taiga project is that the actual protocol for flashback detection could be lacking when we are talking about hydrogen. A regular flashback protocol lasts a few minutes and we see if there is a flashback. And what we saw through our test is that actually with hydrogen, we have a phenomena of overheating due to the higher flame temperature with hydrogen that can happen later than what we expect during a regular test. So what we saw on the graph on the right is that we had a flashback after 20 or 30 minutes of operation, which is larger than the expected test protocol in the standards. So that's the first conclusion that can help improve standards for certification. We go to the next slide. As I told you, adjustment is really an issue for premix appliances. Adjustment is based on a manual setting on the field, where when the installer or the maintenance agent go to the field to make sure that the appliance works correctly. It's a manual setting of the air-gas ratio according to the combustion properties at that moment, meaning the gas quality is taken into account through the flue gases, sorry, and we make a set point. However, what happens when tomorrow the quality of the gas changes? That's the problem we identified through the test with hydrogen, and especially in one condition when we have a basic Wobbe index gas with or without hydrogen, and when tomorrow we will have a gas with a higher Wobbe index and a small amount of hydrogen, we have an increase of the CO emissions, which is a problem. And that's something we are tackling through different workshops with manufacturers, discussions with experts, and we will try to propose some solutions in Work Package 4 and 5. Can we go to the next slide? I will go very fast now, just to tell you that we also plan to make some long-term tests, meaning we test an appliance with a short-term test. We test it according to a special protocol for a few months. few hours of operation with cycling. We have a constant monitoring of the main combustion properties, and of course we will check the burner conditions around the test, and at the end we make another short-term test to see what would be the impact of a long-term exposure to a blend of hydrogen and natural gas performances, but also physical alteration. The tests are starting very soon in theory. Next slide. Finally, something very important also is what is happening on the gas line from the meter to the appliance. That's something we want to look into through a theoretical study in task 2.4, but mainly with leakage test led by CEA. We took several parts from different countries in Europe, as you can see on the figures here, and then we installed them in a test rig, and we will apply different pressure, different gas composition to see if there is a leakage increase with blends of hydrogen natural gas compared to natural gas. Next slide, please. Okay, we conclude on that just to tell you that we are in a fast-moving environment. I think you saw that today in the previous discussion, but also it's the topic of the next discussion this afternoon. So many standardization committees are working on certification of blends of hydrogen natural gas for appliances. We also have concept of H2 ready being discussed at the energy labeling or eco-design levels. Many manufacturers are providing or selling already commercializing H2 ready appliances, H2 ready for blends or not. But also we have many DSO and TSOs clarifying the possibilities for injection on the grid, meaning that we have many ongoing works that are influencing the work we're doing in Tiger. For example, we decided to reassess our target for lower than 30% injection, while our contract with the European Commission is to go so high than 60%. And we have to make sure to adapt the work of our work packages also to support the stakeholders all along the project. And I think we can just go to the last slide just to inform you that we have many things on the website, and especially the 15th of December, we will have a general workshop showcasing the details of the interim test results I showed you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Very exciting project. I think really all around Europe we are waiting really for the results that will really help accelerating the work and the possibility for DSOs to access residential and commercial end users. Just one question, and we will since time is flying, we will stop just afterward to give you the possibility to have a normal lunch, which is not always the case when we work with GERG. So just a question about nitrogen oxides. You showed us part of the answer, I think, but the question for Robert is what about a possible increase in terms of nitrogen oxide due to higher flame temperature, and especially in cooking hubs where the exhaust goes indoors?
Yes, that's a good point indeed. What I showed you are general conclusions, meaning that mainly for fully premixed appliances, we see a decrease of NOx emissions, but clearly it's not the case for all of our appliances due to the higher flame temperature, and then we favor appearance of NOx in sometimes. However, as I showed you, we also have the phenomena of air excess increasing. Therefore, we modify the chemical balance. And we will be looking into that specifically for cooking and catering equipments. I think you will see detailed results on that during the workshop, especially.
Okay, thank you. There are a couple of more questions still that are coming. Maybe to respect everyone, we will unfortunately have to stop here. But Patrick, if you have the possibility to maybe to answer in the chat the questions that remains, it will be great.
Of course.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so it's 12 o'clock. We will have now. Thank you very much for all presentations. It was very impressive, and it gives us again not only the target but the path as well. And we see that there are a lot of many projects going on and tackling all these issues, closing the gaps. So we will have a one hour lunch now. We will start our last part of the day, which will until 10 to 3. This is a big challenging part, not for me, but for the presenters, because we will try to give you an overview of all the different subjects that are currently investigated by GERG members, and of course well aligned with the roadmap that was delivered this morning. And so the challenge here is to pitch in a 5-minute time slot. So we'll have a batch of projects, and then we'll take time, so 10 minutes time for question Q&A. And so yes, it will illustrate the diversity of the projects we have currently in the pipe. And so we will start with the pipeline projects, so pipelines for hydrogen networks from Jessica's Rice. So please introduce yourself, and then you have a 5 minutes time. We will not adding pressure at all. We will have a small timer that will start, and Alexandra will run the timer, and so make it so.
Yes, thank you, Donkey. Just to mention, yeah, you should see this timer. Sometimes some speakers present 2 projects, so don't worry, you do have 10 minutes, but I'll just run the timer twice.
Okay, so I think it's Maxime Bertin starting.
Yes.
So Maxime,
hello everybody. Okay, thank you, Tanguy. Hello, I'm Maxime Bertin from GRTGAS. I work at RICE, the research center of GRTGAS, and I will present you the pipeline JIP for pipelines for hydrogen networks. Just take control. Yes. So it's a program, collaborative program with the platform at RICE about factor mechanics testing, and the aim is to test integrity of network steels with pure hydrogen. Yes, just some message. The aim of this project is to assess hydrogen embrittlement of new hydrogen compatible pipeline steel. We will see after the different grade we will test. And one of the aim is to assess the conservatisms of ASME B3112 with the factory crack growth test under 100 bar of pure hydrogen. And we will also perform some fructose test under pure hydrogen 2 at 100 bar. Another point of this project is to test the addition of small quantities of inhibitor of hydrogen embrittlement. And up to now, 4 program partners are involved, with cost shared according to each party interest. So it's with Fluxys, National Grid, NG, and GRTGAS. We will work on 8 different base metal materials, with from L245 to L485. Sourcing of material is still ongoing. Just excuse me. Excuse me. Sourcing of material is still ongoing with pipe manufacturers which are involved in this step. Especially, you can see in the table before that the green line. It's material we have already found, and we're searching again after the other materials. And the tests will be carried out on the new GRTGAS hydrogen platform called Phoenix, which was commissioned last week. The project is divided in three programs. The first one is about the effect of oxygen as inhibitor of hydrogen embrittlement. We will test one steel grade, L360. Any HFI will be tested with under 100 bars of hydrogen and with some oxygen content, with 2 different concentrations. And we perform some factory crack growth test with a R ratio of 0.5 with at 1 Hz frequency. All reference tests will be done in Methane, and fructose test will also be done. The second program is the pipeline, the mechanical characterizations of the new hydrogen-compatible pipeline seals with the test of all the steel grade at different ratio for fatigue progress, with the free ratio are equal to 0.3, 0.5, and 0.7, and also factor toughness test on all the base metals, and all tests will be triplicate. And the last program will be on the effect of oxygen and another inhibitor. The first part is to test to validate the efficiency of the oxygen inhibitor we have with the results that we will found in the first program, and to use the second program as a reference test and to validate the effect of oxygen on the 7 remaining new steels. Also, so with the fatigue progress test at R ratio 0.3, 0.5, and 0.7 at 1 Hz, and factor toughness test, and also another inhibitor will be tested, so in collaboration with a chemical company, and so also with the two different consultation of this inhibitor will be tested to validate the efficiency of this new inhibitor. So just in time, I think it's okay. So it's okay for me. If you have some questions, don't hesitate.
Perfect.
Thank you, Maxime. Wow. You made it. You made it. You had not the easiest part, because you had to start with this rule, and so thank you very much. Very clear. So you stay with us, and we'll have potential questions after in a couple of minutes. Okay. So next one will be the hydrogen suitability project from OGE.
That will be me.
Yeah, Tim. Hello. So the floor is yours.
So I'm quickly starting a short introduction. I'm a fully dedicated hydrogen engineer at OGE. To give you a sort of a better understanding, we subdivided the technical division into operation, safety and integrity, and projects, which I'm allocated to. So that's a direct conversion to the next slide, Alexandra. To have a glimpse on the current project that we are focusing on. Due to the time constraints, I'm just picking up one here, that is the GET-H2 nucleus, which is a rather large project. So what we envisage is a 100 megawatt electrolyzer, and this one would actually feed, the project comprises the source with the industrial customers in the first step. So this project comprises the conversion of pipelines, various, I think 3 different pipelines at operational pressure at 64 bar, but also considers a couple of new hydrogen pipelines, dedicated hydrogen pipelines, as well as some metering stations along the way. What is special about this project is that we are covering both the conversion of existing infrastructure and combining it with some new pipelines designated for the hydrogen transport. At the current phase, we didn't really consider to transport the current energy equivalent of natural gas, which is currently the pipeline that we're capable of, but stuck to the operational conditions. So we wanted to maintain the equivalent pressure, and as of now, we are also assuming the same gas velocities in the project. As you see, there are a lot of partners in it. We have on the customer side British Petroleum and also Evonik. And on the production part, we have RWE and some of the existing pipelines, as well as some of the new pipelines, are going to be a merger between OGE and Norvega that are regionally pretty active over there. Probably there are some questions about this one which we can answer later on. So we can go to the next slide. I'm sneaking in something. Yeah, we get to that later on. One thing in the current preparation we already had, whereas the GET-H2 nucleus is focused on purely hydrogen network, what we are currently, or what we already performed, is to suit up our network and also to consider the caloric value determination up for blends. So what we've seen on the flow metering side, that we are pretty much were confident on anything up to 10%. So with the recent investigations of the polling office of DNV, we can be sure up to 30%, so something in between. We retrofitted our gas chromatographs for up to 20%, so that there's no shortage on energy counting. We can go one further slide on the last minute. Also considering that during the energy transition, we will see some sort of natural gas hydrogen blends. We not only took into operation or commissioned and started operation of the new PIXA closed loop in 2021, but as of now, we can also use this facility to calibrate flow meters with natural gas and have them calibrated for an operation for admixtures or natural gas hydrogen blends of anything between 10 and 30% hydrogen. And I think I was a bit faster than anticipated, so thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you very much. You stay with us. You have some questions waiting for you.
Okay.
Okay, great. So next project presented will be the Project Union and Future Grid by National Grid. So, can you hear us? Yes? I think you're muted. No, we can't hear you. Still not? No, we can't hear you. I am the only one, or can you hear Emily? Alexandra?
No, I
No?
can't either, unfortunately.
We can hear you, but
Nope.
we can't hear National Grid.
Are you able to hear me now?
Oh, now
Great.
it
Works.
Okay, great. So thank you, everyone. I'm Emily Lou. Is there an echo?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Try again.
Could everyone except Emily please mute?
Are you able to hear me now?
We're still getting an echo, Emily.
I'm really sorry. Shall I just dial back in and dial back out?
It's a bit better now. I don't know what's changed.
Maybe unplug your earphones.
No, we lost you again. Okay, then maybe in the meantime, maybe we shall take some questions that have been asked in the chat. Emily will join us again in a couple of minutes. So don't hesitate to answer them in the chat for the presenters. Oh, Emily, you're back.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, great. It works perfectly.
Sorry about the technical difficulties. Yes, so thank you for allowing me to present on Project Union. I'm Emily Lee, Senior Hydrogen Analyst at National Grid Gas Transmission. So if we can move on to the next slide, please. So Project Union is one of our flagship projects, and it's our plans for replacing the UK hydrogen backbone. And this is very much through the phased repurposing of our transmission pipelines, connecting up industry initially to support the decarbonisation of heavy transport. And it's great to see that Project Union, our Future Good project, which we'll talk about later, noted in the UK hydrogen strategy. So if we look to the picture on the left, this is very much illustrative, but you can see that the backbone spans the length and the breadth of the country, and the backbone is around a 2,000 kilometre network, and that's around 25% of our current NTS system. And as you can see, even though it connects up the industrial cluster, there's also a link to Project Cavendish, which looks at hydrogen production, and also a link to our St Fergus terminal, and a link to Bacton, so that will create that ability to connect to the European hydrogen backbone that's developing. So the backbone will obviously connect up industry, but I think the positive things about that is that it will support heavy decarbonisation of industry. And when it comes to the pipelines, we're agnostic to colour of the hydrogen, so we support green hydrogen and blue hydrogen. We're working through the sequencing of this backbone, so there's going to be a number of factors that we need to consider when we're transitioning the pipeline, and that's really going to be down to the asset readiness, but also maintaining that security of supply of our current methane network also. So if we move to the next slide, please. Could we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So we've engaged with a broad range of stakeholders to get their feedback on our plans. And as you can see, here's some of the examples of who we've engaged with. So it's really a really wide range. And we've spoken to about 80 stakeholders, and that's very much on a one-to-one basis. And we've had really positive feedback on the backbone itself. So if you can move to the next slide, please. So what have we heard from our stakeholders? So our stakeholders have really emphasised the fact that the Project Union is really needed to decarbonise heavy industry. It can support the connections of a diverse range of supply with demand, and it can support decarbonisation of industries within the clusters, outside the clusters. That's really a benefit to the UK. But it also links with market coupling, so being able to link markets together to drive competition and then driving down the cost to consumers. We've heard from our stakeholders that the network can provide a route to market for hydrogen producers, so that can help with the scale up of hydrogen production. And we've also heard from our stakeholders that the backbone, building off on the backbone by connecting distribution networks and other sectors, can lead to further decarbonisation. So far we've had some really positive support from a wide range of stakeholders. Next slide, please. So where are we now? So we've started our Project Union in 2021. We have consultants EY on board, and they're helping us shape the vision and the strategy for Project Union. Next year, we hope to go into pre-feed for one of the first feeders, and that's in 2022. And then by 2026, we envision to start the conversion to hydrogen. And by the early 2030s, we see that initial hydrogen backbone emerging, connecting the industrial clusters. And then by 2045, a full national hydrogen transmission network. And that kind of links, if you look below, to the points listed in the UK hydrogen strategy. So that aligns with the 2026, the first hydrogen clusters and CCUS clusters are operational, and the government's ambition for 5 gigawatts of hydrogen by 2030. Thank you. And I'm handing over to Sean.
Thanks, Emily. Could we go spot on? Thank you. So, hi everyone. I'm Sean Bosworth. I'm a senior delivery engineer at National Grid. So basically, flowing on from what Emily was saying, Future Grid is an ambitious programme where we're seeking to develop a hydrogen test facility using decommissioned assets from the UK's national transmission system. And at the minute, it's currently being built and will be operational in about a year. Currently working with DNV as a primary project partner who own and operate the test facility site. The key purpose of Future Grid is to try and understand the capability of National Grid's existing assets to be able to transport 100% hydrogen, and a range of blends building up to that as well. Next slide, please. So as part of Future Grid, there are two key work streams, two key things, you know, we're looking to do as part of the project. The first part is we're looking to build an offline hydrogen test facility, utilising a representative range of different assets, different pipe types, different types, sizes of pipe, and different material grades as well of pipe are being supplied from different projects which have been decommissioned already to build the hydrogen test facility. It's really key to us that we use repurposed assets that have been, you know, part of our network for the last 20, 30, 40 years in some instances, so we can try and understand, you know, what would be the impact of hydrogen on existing assets that are representative of our current asset base rather than, you know, new assets. The facility, so this offline facility will run on 100% natural gas to gather a baseline level of data, and then various blends going through 2%, 10% and 20% hydrogen, then finally up to 100% hydrogen. Then the other sort of piece of work we're doing in parallel with this is a series of standalone hydrogen tests, looking at more sort of specific detailed areas as well of our assets. So this includes looking at the permeation of hydrogen through different types of materials, looking at how the sort of piped coatings and different CP systems would work with hydrogen, as well as, you know, more detailed research into looking at, you know, what impact would using hydrogen have on the fatigue life of our pipelines as well. Next slide, please. So going into the test facility, we've got a wide range of mechanical assets from across the UK's national transmission system. We've got various different grades and sizes and types of steel pipelines. We've got welds that have been took out from the network as well, which are really key pieces that we need to, you know, get some research of how they respond to hydrogen. We're getting different bends and flanges and all those different joining materials as well. Then we've got some various different filtering technologies and metering technologies as well. Obviously, you know, understanding how existing metering systems would work with both blends and 100% hydrogen is really key for us to understand. Also in the facility, there's a recompression unit which basically serves the purpose of that'll generate the flows. So we don't just want to, you know, test the different assets that we've got in the facility at 70 bar. We want to be able to flow hydrogen through them as well and understand how they operate. We've also got various different kinds of ball valves and plug valves and other types of valves which we use which are key for moving gas around and moving it to different parts of our network as well, which we'll be testing as part of the Future Grid programme. Next slide, please. So our testing programme will focus on 3 key concentrations of hydrogen. So there'll be 2% hydrogen blend in natural gas, which is the point at which we believe, you know, academic research sort of points that there might be some sort of response from our pipe materials. At 20% hydrogen, which is the point at which a lot of distribution networks are doing work with at the minute, and is the point we believe that, you know, people's homes could use that sort of blend of hydrogen in natural gas without any sort of major changes. And finally, 100% hydrogen blend, which is where we want to get to in the future as a network. Altogether, we're sort of running this series of tests across these different blends over 6 or 7 months once the test facility is built, which we'll then be able to use, you know, to validate and update the sort of models we're doing to understand how a hydrogen UK national transmission system would look in the future. And yeah, that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Emily. Great. Thank you for your presentation. But a lot of perspectives also here, and to assess and on this great project. So last presentation for this this part is H21 from DNV. So hello, Andrew.
Hi, Tanguy.
Great to have you today.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. My name is Andy Cummins. I'm a senior principal consultant at DNV based at the Spade Adams site. So I'm going to talk about a little bit of hydrogen research at scale, but more focused on H21 project. Next slide, please. So DNV have got a network research facility at Spade Adams, where we get involved in a series of research programs. The one we're going to talk about is H21. Next slide, please. Okay, so H21 is split up in two phases which we're involved with, and this is primarily working with Northern Gas Networks in the UK. Phase 1 is understanding some of the research regarding releases of gas distribution for 100% hydrogen. So a series of experiments, test programs, understanding the fundamental aspects of hydrogen releases. Phase 2 is the microgrid distribution network, assessing working operational procedures on a 100% hydrogen network. Next slide, please, Alexandra. So phase 1, we split up into a series of work packages. Work pack 1, which was looking at small releases, typical to release in a garden, understanding how that would disperse in soil, sand, concrete, flag surfaces and things like that. So that information will be undertaken to compare it to natural gas and 100% hydrogen. The next one, WBS2, is a large releases. I think there's a short video at the bottom of this just to look at how it undertakes on a release of its 7 bar. As you can see, some people are saying that hydrogen flame is invisible, and it's not quite. WBS3 is about ignition potential, looking at items within the operation of natural gas and how that might impact on tools and equipment for hydrogen, for sparks, mobile phones, work tools and things like that, see if they were comparable to natural gas as well. And then another one was explosion severity, understanding from a kiosk what were the explosion aspects to that, how would it compare to natural gas from at 100% as well. Next slide, please. So phase 1 research has now been completed, and those documents are now available for information through Northern Gas Networks. Phase 2 is about demonstration of operational procedures and setups on a demonstration grid from that point. So we've got the layout of the demonstration grid, control room, tanker offloading bay for supply of hydrogen, and a reservoir which has been provided by National Grid for the purpose of the project as well. Next slide, please. So the makeup of the construction work was a range of polyethylene systems ranging from 7 bar down to 75 millibar, with a range of pressure regulating equipment, valves, bypasses availability and things like that. So it would be a real system defined from 7 bar 630 mil polyethylene pipe down to 63 mil pipe as well. So it was close as possible to a representative gas distribution network from that point. Regulating equipment as well, a range of those were included, and also the 42-inch hydrogen storage facility. Next slide, please. So this is the facility now. So it's got a H21 distribution test rig, which then feeds High Street, and there's a control room which will be able to do that. So on the test rig now, DNV and also NGN are working together to look at analyze operational procedures, understanding flow requirements, velocities, flow stopping techniques, valve operations, purging, and updating any procedures that need to be undertaken. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
You're muted, Tongi.
Sorry again. Sorry. So Andrew, again, thank you very much for your presentation. Perfectly made it. And so thanks to the 6 of you for your presentations. We have a lot of questions in the chat. Unfortunately, we won't have time to go through all of them. So please, if you have time for the presenters, please don't hesitate to answer them in the chat. Just maybe 1 or 2 of them. So I noticed one question for Maxime about the scope of work. Did you plan to integrate welds in your in the pipeline projects?
Yes, just answer to the first question. Up to now, the range of steel grades are the 8 steel presented in the PowerPoint. So from L245 up to L485. But up to now we have no other steel grades which are we will test in this program.
Okay, thank you. Emily, a question for you. What do you mean by large scale and low scale of hydrogen production?
Yeah, so we believe that hydrogen production will start off in industrial clusters, and when I mean large scale, we're talking about gigawatt scale. However, as the backbone develops and more production comes online, we hope to connect those hubs and production sites online to provide that resilience to our network.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Emily. All right. So still some questions, and don't hesitate to discuss in the chat. Make it as open as you want. And so we will turn to this. Thank you very much again for the presenters and for great presentations. So we go now to the next pitches. And we'll start with GreenLab Skive Petro-X and Hydrogen Test Center from DGC. So the floor is yours, Methane.
Thank you very much. My name is Asger Myggen. I'm from Danish Gas Technology Center. And as it was just described here, I will present 2 projects. The one first, GreenLab Skive Power-to-X. Skive is a city in the northern part of Denmark, and next to that there's been established what they call a Green Lab, which is host for a number of projects related to circular and renewable energy projects. And we are involved in a specific project called GreenLab Skive Power-to-X, which I will inform about. And next slide, please. So this illustration is a picture of what is happening in the project. The idea is to establish a 12 megawatt electrolysis plant, produce hydrogen, and some of that hydrogen will be used for the mobility sector. So it will be compressed and delivered to refueling stations for hydrogen vehicles. Next to this project is an existing biogas plant which upgrades the biogas to biomethane and delivers that to the gas grid. And the CO2 that is removed from the biogas is currently released to the atmosphere, but the idea is to use that for producing methanol. So CO2 from that plant will be delivered to a methanol production plant, which is also going to be supplied with hydrogen from the electrolysis plant. All of this is going to be fueled by a new 75 megawatt solar and wind turbine plant, which is established next to this project. And so it will be green hydrogen that is used for this. In order to combine these different units, there will be established a hydrogen infrastructure, a grid, and that is the main focus of DGC's contribution to that project. And there's a lot of participants in this project, which covers the different plants that is going to be established, and the project has been funded by the Danish Energy Agency. And besides consulting on safety and authority processes, we are from DTC also going to deliver services for analysis and metering, and that fits well with the next subject I'm going to talk about. So next slide, please. The next subject is the Test Center for Hydrogen Technology, which is a collaboration between ourselves from DGC and Forza Technology. And this has been initiated this year and is supported by Danish program EUDP within a specific program called Green Labs TK, which is supporting investments in new test technologies. And the main objective is to actually support the current development in the hydrogen industry, which needs and requires test services to strengthen this development. Next slide, please. So the variety of the services which is going to be delivered from this test center, which, as I mentioned, we have two partners, so we are covering different strengths and services within this full program. But it's a great variety of material and component testing. It's about hydrogen purity and quality testing, but also related to a large number of different activities. And I will go into details with some of the investments we are doing right now by the two partners to the initial services. Next slide, please. So for DGC, we are using the investment to strengthen the services we have. And that is specifically right now within hydrogen purity analysis. It's related to leakage measurements and detection. And also we are expanding and strengthening our facilities in our laboratory to be able to do additional types of testing at our own site. But also, in addition to making tests on our own site, we will also establish mobile solutions so we can move those to the industry and measure at their sites. Next slide, please. So related to the purity, then hydrogen purity, specifically when we look into the mobility sector, there are very strict requirements for the purity of the hydrogen. And it actually requires 99.97 purity of hydrogen. And right now there is not services available in Denmark or that can deliver analysis at this level. So that is what we are currently investing in to be able to make analysis that can document the purity of hydrogen in accordance with the ISO 14687 standard. That is quite a challenge compared to what we have been used to so far. We are not talking only ppm, but also ppb analysis with regards to sulfur. So we are investing in a number of different equipment to be able to deliver the full package to analyze in accordance with the D category in this ISO standard. And we are in good progress and expect to be able to deliver such analysis in the beginning of next year. So next slide, please. We are already now working a lot with both detection and also quantification of leakages of methane, both from the gas grid and from the city town gas grid, and also from biogas plants. But we are now investing to expand our equipment to be able to also detect and quantify leakages from hydrogen. And there's a reason for that. And of course, leakage and the detection of leakage is important both for safety reasons, also to contain a valuable product, but also due to the fact that also hydrogen is actually a greenhouse gas, which is getting increasingly focused. It's not as strong a greenhouse gas as methane, but which has a greenhouse potential of 28 on a 100-year scale. But there are different sources and different estimations, but at least a GVP of maybe 4 to 7. So it will be a factor also to ensure that that the future hydrogen systems are tight. And that is we are going to invest in order to be able to detect and quantify that. Next slide, please. Our partner, Force Technology, on the other hand, have just indicated a variety of different kinds of tests which they are investing in. They are able to and will be able to test the permeability of different materials for hydrogen. They can and make static and dynamic fracture test in atmospheres containing hydrogen for small samples, and they also will be able to have facilities for testing larger components which are exposed to hydrogen. And that was actually the presentation of also the Hydrogen Test Center. And maybe, as I said, the link between the two projects is that the ability to make these high quality hydrogen purity tests is actually going to be used in the Green Lab Ski Power to X project, where we are going to deliver the analysis that is required, because a part of the hydrogen is going to be delivered to the mobility sector. So with that, I would conclude, and thank you very much for your attention. You are still muted.
Strange. I have to push twice to get the microphone unmuted. Okay, so thank you. I was saying just thank you again. It was two very interesting projects, Asger, but with questions for you at the end of the presentations. So now we have a presentation from the Hydrogen House and Hydrogen Experience Center from Kiwa. So we share the.
Yes,
you welcome.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for having me and allowing me to do this. So I'm with Kiwa. Kiwa is a TIC company, testing, inspection, certification. And we also do technical consultancy and technical training. And as part of our consulting and training effort, we've built a hydrogen house to demonstrate hydrogen in the built environment, but also to be able to train installers and mechanics. We've created a small promotional video, which is quite self-explanatory. So I would like to show you this video.
You can still comment a bit if you want.
So that's
too
it.
harsh.
So that's the house. Yeah, feel free if you would like to come and see it. And there's a virtual tour as well on our website, which is now Dutch, but we're translating it to English as well. And thank you for your attention, of course.
Thanks to you. Thanks to you. Great presentation. We have the whole value chain here. That's very important. Okay, so now we have we'll have a presentation from Khazuni on Highway 27. Maybe you will have the second presentation just after. So both Martins, I think the floor is yours.
Yeah, everybody within Khazuni is called Martin. Welcome this afternoon, and thank you for this invitation. I will give a presentation about a project we called Highway 27. It's dealing about the development of a hydrogen backbone or network in the Netherlands. It was performed by a lot of organizations, but in the main place by the Ministry of Economic Affairs and also TenneT and Khazuni. I work for Khazuni at the Department of Asset Management. And now I will give a brief introduction about Highway 27. And can you give the next slide, please? The main questions we answered within Highway 27 are the following three questions. That is, do we need a transmission network for hydrogen? And so, yes, when? Now, yeah, the answer is because of the climate change, we need another energy carrier. And because of the ambitions of our Dutch government as well as the European governments, it is projected for 2030 to have a backbone realized. And can therefore be the existing pipeline network be used, which is now available for natural gas? And the question is, in general, yes. I will show you a little bit what kind of measures we have to take or where we have to deal for. And the last question is, what has the government to do or has to arrange to make this possible? Now, they already have arranged that Khazuni will be the TSO for hydrogen, and also they have to make a fund to do some first investments to realize that backbone. So that were the main questions. And now when you go to the next slide, Alexandra, I go a little bit into the detail. One of the questions was, is it possible to transport hydrogen? Of course it is. We ourselves have a one single point-to-point hydrogen pipeline, which goes from one industry to another industry. It is 16-inch diameter. It is operated at 34 bar. The design pressure is 66 bar, and it is about 12 kilometers. And it's operated since 2018 without any problems. But when you go into a bigger program, reusing more pipelines, then you have to, of course, deal about the higher leakage rates, the possible higher leakage rates of hydrogen. Therefore, we replace our valves on the forehand. Contaminations are very low from natural gas, but it's better to clean those pipelines before you use it in the hydrogen. Now, the ignition of the density of the energy density of hydrogen is a little bit lower than from natural gas, so you have to speed up a little bit the gas into the pipeline, and that is possible. Defect growth can occur when you have let's say a lot of pressure swings, but when you deal with those, then it will not be a big problem. And of course, hydrogen has some ignition risks. You have to do a lot of training to your staff. Next slide, please. When you look at the development of our backbone, you see on the left-hand side a few dots that are the industrial clusters that we will connect with the backbone, and also connected with the storage, which is of course needed in a hydrogen backbone. Then we go further a little bit and also connect the neighboring countries. And in the last part, but also very important, the wind farms in the North Sea. And that is how our backbone looks like in 2030. You see another graph which shows that our pipelines, especially with the lower calorific gas, is declining a little bit, and that will of course go further, and therefore we can reuse these pipelines for future developments in hydrogen. And then I come to the last slide. This report is public available, so you can download it in different languages and also do some research on your own and let's say use this for your own purposes. I think that was the end of my presentation. If you have further questions, you can contact me or a colleague of mine.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much. And so,
welcome.
Martin, here.
Yeah, thank you all for being here, and thank you that I'm able to present this. Next, this is a presentation about the sectioning of valve stations within the hydrogen backbone. And next slide, please. As my colleague already mentioned, we are developing a hydrogen backbone roughly 1,200 kilometers in length for pure hydrogen. The first pipeline should be operational in 2024. We want to reuse existing natural gas pipelines where we can, although especially near the industrial clusters we need to build some new pipelines. A part of the hydrogen backbone are of course the valve stations. Typically we have it every 50 kilometers in the national gas system. So if we would replace all of those valve stations for new valve stations that are functional for hydrogen, it would be a huge investment. For the purpose of valve stations, for those who do not know it, that's in the sectioning the incident, and when you're doing maintenance, you can depressurize sections or use recompression, and of course venting, flaring, maybe performing ILI. So there's several purposes to do so. And when you look to sectioning in the hydrogen pipelines, for reference, we have 50 kilometers to 80 kilometers in our national gas system. Some guidelines for hydrogen pipelines. There's the SME B3112, and there's this table on the bottom right. It prescribes that depending on the location class, you need to have a distance between valve stations or between 8 to 32 kilometers. And when using location class 1 to 4, it basically implies that from the purpose of safety, you need to have a different distance. In the Dutch pipeline code, the NEN 3650 prescribes a risk assessment. So there's nothing really, there are no requirements there. So first, the main question was, mainly because of the high investments, what distance should we take between valve stations? And next slide, please. Thank you. In order to determine that, we followed a risk-based approach. So in the same as the pipeline code prescribes. Within our risk-based asset management, what we do is basically we want to prevent unacceptable risk on one hand, but on the other hand also prevent excessive high costs. So basically to trying to find a balance, and this balance would be in this case the balance, the investment for new valve stations and the risk depending on the distance between the valve stations. So a risk scenario risk analysis, we looked at pipeline rupture and leakage, and valves that cannot be opened or closed for plant maintenance. No, and of the uncontrolled events, for instance, a rupture and leakage, the costs for that, they are determined by the amount of hydrogen that's being released or vented. And of course, there's a possible impact on the end users. And of course, risk is failure frequency times the consequences, which we have in the financial environment, and for end user, we looked at those consequences. If you do the math with all the input, of course, it makes sense if you increase the distance between valve stations, the amount of valve stations, and thereby investments would decrease. However, if you increase the distance, the risk would increase. So there's an optimal point or minimum. So you see that the bottom right, this graph, the orange graph, is both the sum of the capex and the monetized risks, and that's a minimum between 70 to 90 kilometers. So based on this, we decided to have valve stations at the entry exit of each pipeline, at each branch to an end user and or hydrogen producer. And if there's in that case a distance of more than 70 to 90 kilometers, we we build an additional valve station. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much. Very interesting. So, the question: there is a high cost dealing with those valves being double bleed and block or things like this. We're speaking a lot of discussions about that. Yes. So definitely a very important point for the TSOs for sure. Okay, so let's take a couple of questions. I have the first one. Thank you for the one who already have been answered already. I have one for, I guess it's for Özgür, regarding green methanol production. So is it to be run on dedicated renewable off-grid production? And so how do you deal with the intermittency? Maybe on-site hydrogen storage?
Yes, the intention is to that the hydrogen should be produced on green power produced by wind and solar. In the beginning, only wind. And there's a ratio, you could say it's 75 megawatt wind capacity to 12 megawatt electrolysis. So it's the 1 to 6, so that would ensure a fair number of hours per year, at least, where you can supply by green power. That being said, I think it can also be supplied by the grid, but of course, the products you have to certify and document that it has been green when you sell this as green methanol, and it will be so. But so basically, it will be on green power. And as the question about hydrogen storage, it was mentioned, and that is being looked into also to balance the entire production and system to provide a stable production. But that's not a conclusion on that. It's evident that it's not cheap and to make such storage, but that is something we are looking into also.
Thank you, Özgür. And one question for Martin on the valves. Oh, I lost the question. Okay, so is this presentation, does this risk-based approach takes into account capex and demonstrate that the risk is being reduced to a level as low as reasonably practical? From Sarah.
I'm not sure. I would say so. As low as reasonably practical would. I think there's a minimal or range which you think is acceptable. On the other hand, we've taken the approach from and what I presented. The goal of risk-based estimate is to prevent unacceptable high cost, but also unacceptable high risk. So that's a different kind of approach to take. If we would, for instance, in a very stupid way, build a pipeline of 12 hydrogen backbone of only valves and using no pipe, the investment would be huge. But in terms of it would be very safe. But is it good for the Dutch people, for the Dutch economy? In that case, the cost would be way too high in terms of benefits. So I think this is a different approach than going as low as reasonable possible.
Okay, thank you. And of course, the next question you cannot avoid is have the Dutch authorities have been included in this discussion? And I guess have they agreed with that, because 80 kilometers between valves looks quite surprising. And I would agree on that. That's the question.
Indeed, it is surprising. At this stage, no, they haven't. They have not been involved at this stage.
Okay, thank you. And do you expect? How do you expect the discussion to run on that part?
Based on other topics, also with a risk-based approach, I would expect that they would be open to the type of arguments, and I think it's valid to have discussions on inputs and which scenarios to take into account, and then basically the outcome is the outcome. So I think it's fair to have discussion on inputs and which scenarios to discuss.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Okay, thank you to all presenters. Great batch of presentations as well. So we follow up with the four last projects that will be discovered today. So first one, I think we'll have Svein Erik from Gasco presenting the low project. And so the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Svein Erik Losnegård, and I work in Gasco, where I'm responsible for the Sustainable Development Program and all activities we have related to hydrogen and CCS. And today I will present one of the projects we're involved in, which is the Low Carbon Energy Hub. So next slide, please. Now the Low Carbon Energy Hub is a joint industry project which is looking into large-scale production of both green and blue hydrogen in Norway for some domestic use, but mostly for export to Europe. Now the deliverable from the project will be a catalogue of several large-scale low-carbon value chain projects showing the potential, the technical solutions, and also the cost. And we are here talking about early phase pre-feasibility type projects, so we're talking about unclassified cost estimates. This is a bit different from many of the JRPs we're involved in, as it is led by SINTEF, the Norwegian R&D Federation, but it is the industry players in the JRP that are responsible for the different work packages. One of these work packages is Clean Hydrogen to Europe, which is led by Equinor, which is looking into blue hydrogen production in Norway starting in 2030. Gasco is responsible for the export solution, and OGE is also involved in the downstream end, looking into hydrogen imports to Germany. Okay, so if you go to the next slide. For this is the projects here are looking into really large scale production, so we're talking massive amounts of hydrogen, up to 3 million tons per year, and also high pressures, where the outlet pressure of the pipeline is assumed to be minimum 50 bar G in the downstream end. So for this, we have evaluated transport solutions both for a new pipeline and also for existing pipelines. The exit points you see here are in the Netherlands for a new pipeline and Germany for existing pipelines. But this ultimately depends on the market. So these exit points could also be in other relevant European countries for both the new pipeline and existing ones. But the analysis we have done so far show the obvious CapEx benefit you can see here of using existing pipelines. However, of course, using existing pipelines will depend on the available capacity that is mostly governed by the gas volumes foreseen. Also, using the existing pipelines means we have to re-qualify the pipeline for hydrogen, at least when we are talking 100% hydrogen, which we're talking about here. We have started doing work to look into the re-qualification process, and we have found no showstoppers so far for re-qualifying our existing pipelines for 100% hydrogen, but the operating conditions need to be confirmed. And for the, if you go to the next slide, for the existing pipelines, there's also the possibility for blending, which could mean we could start production earlier and get hydrogen to the market when production is low and before it is scaled up to full scale. So for the next steps, we are now looking into doing a compressor study for looking into technical solutions and cost for large-scale volumes, 0.5 to 3 million tons of hydrogen, and we'll also investigate further the blending options and the blending limits for existing equipment, such as valves, compressors, metering, etc. And OGE is looking into the deblending technologies in the downstream end. And finally, I would say that on these next steps, I would hope to get relevant input and competence available in the GERG community. That would be much appreciated if anyone wants to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Svein-Erik. Great. Thank you. This is part of the solution for sure. Okay, so next project from SNAM, the SNAM H2 Readiness Project, and we have Michele.
Michele, yes.
Sorry, Michele. Sorry.
Good
Okay,
afternoon.
please. Yeah, the floor is yours, Michele.
My name is Michele Ricciardi. I'm working in SNAM in the technical department. I'm responsible for technical services and standards. In the next slides, I will present the SNAM situation and project that we are performing for H2 readiness. Just a very, very brief introduction. SNAM deals with the transmission, storage, and regasification. I will speak in the next slides about transmission and storage. If you go to the next slides, please. Thank you. So, speaking about pipelines, we took in consideration the ASME codes, so the B3112, as a reference for our evaluation. This taking into account that at present there are no dedicated European standards which deal with high pressure and long distance transmission systems. And we are all looking forward for the development of such European standards. First of all, we developed our internal standard in order to define the rules for H2 already ready new pipelines, and for this we adopted the ASME code. And with these new standards, now we are purchasing, we are taking new pipelines which are already 100% ready. And we started with our providers also test on plug and ball valves in order to assure internal and external tightness, even in H2, taking account helium as a fluid for tests. Speaking about the conversion, we took as a standard again the ASME code with the option A, and we checked all our pipelines. Now we checked 100% of them, and more than 70% of the pipelines are already ready without limitation, with small limitation. And we are looking for new standards in order to overcome the limitations. In the meanwhile, we started a certification with a third party, again with option A, and we gained the first certificate. We are working together in H2GAR group in order to cooperate with all the results that many TSOs are working on in these days, and we started a collaboration with the university and fire departments in order to develop the technical and safety standards. If you go to the next slide, just a few words about compressor. To 5%, we see no problems in blending, and probably we can reach 10%. Above 10% to 20%, both the compressors and the turbines may have some small changes, and we foresee a higher level of intervention for a higher percentage of hydrogen in pipelines. And we started last year also a series of tests with some providers, in this case Bakeries, in order to check this on field. If you go to the last slide, a few words about the storages, because we started a series of tests on samples of cap rocks in order to understand if there were dissolutional alteration on these rocks, and we obtained a very good result, so there is no risk of dissolution. We checked the diffusivity, and again, we are sure that there is a good tightness with respect to 100% of hydrogen. Looking at microbiological analysis, we don't see risks of production of methanation in the reservoirs, and also no impact on cements and so on. Just a few words about what we are performing now is going on with a pilot in order to test on field, on site, these first results. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Michele. Great, and so we see also storage being part of the topic. That's something a bit new for during the project that have been proposed today. But yes, definitely a lot of work here to be done. Okay, so now we're welcoming Maria from Enagas, from the Green Highlands project presentation.
Hello, hi everyone.
Hello, Maria.
Hello, thank you very much for inviting me to present the Green Highland project. My name is Maria Jaén, and I am the general coordinator of the project, and I am working in the Renewable Gases Department at Enagas. So next slide, please. This project has specific circumstances because this project is an initiative that is part of an agreement between the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Tourism in Spain, the Balearic government, with some companies, for example, Enagas, Acciona, and Cemex and Redexis, that the idea is to reindustrialize Lloseta, which is located in Mallorca, which is in Spain. So the project started with this aim, and we have joined up to 30 partners from 11 countries in order to develop this project, which includes the whole hydrogen value chain. So the project includes the development of a green hydrogen production plant from renewable photovoltaic energy plants. So this green hydrogen will have multiple applications. We will use it in the mobility sector. We are going to use it in the stationary sector. We are going to provide green energy to hotels, to municipal buildings, and we are going to inject part of this green hydrogen into the gas network through a system of guarantees in order to be aware that all the hydrogen that is produced and is used according to this project is green. Also, this project has been declared by the Balearic government as a strategic industrial project. And let me explain you why we are doing this project, or we are developing this project in Mallorca. Mallorca receives up to 12 million, 13 million, 15 million of tourists every year. So we think that it's an excellent showcase to demonstrate that hydrogen could play a key role in an energy system in the island. Another key point is that the Balearic government has a very strong commitment with the decarbonization and energy transition, but nowadays their mix is based on fossil fuels. So we think that green hydrogen could play a key role in order to achieve these targets. And the third thing is that Mallorca has already a natural gas grid. So we think that it will help us to demonstrate some applications such as the injection into the natural gas grid, and the use of this hydrogen by the end consumers. So we think that developing this hydrogen ecosystem in Mallorca, it's an excellent opportunity for Mallorca, and it will be replicated across other islands through Europe and beyond, because in the project I mentioned that we have 30 partners from 11 countries, and 9 of these countries are located in Europe, but we also have Chile and Morocco. So next slide, please. This is the concept of the project. The project is funded by the FCH-EU, and the project includes that we are now building 2 photovoltaic plants, which is also supported by the Spanish Institute for Saving Energy. And these 2 PV plants are going to give green electricity to the hydrogen plant, and by 2 trailers we are going to put this hydrogen in 6 different sites. So we are talking about mobility sector for a hydrogen bus fleet, for a bus fleet. We are talking about a hotel. We are talking about maritime stations, and we are talking about buildings. And also, as I mentioned before, we are going to inject part of this hydrogen into the natural gas grid. So next slide, please. Perfect. This is just to show you that the idea is to start with an ecosystem that we are going to produce and consume in the island 300 tons per year. Then we are going to increase this ecosystem according to the hydrogen demand, and the idea is to cover all the island, and of course to replicate this in the other Balearic island, and of course beyond other territories. So next slide, please. This is the key figures that we would like to share with you. Once the ecosystem will be completely implemented, we are going to avoid more than 20,000 tons per year of CO2. We are going to create a new direct and indirect ecosystem associated to hydrogen. We are looking for development of sustainable, large-scale hydrogen ecosystem in Mallorca, but we are developing another project in other islands with the same philosophy. We are going to include the hydrogen into the long-term roadmap regarding decarbonization and energy transition. We are going to replicate these projects. Part of these partners, 7 of these 30 partners, are islands that are going to study how to replicate this project in their own territories. And we are talking about an estimated investment of 50 million euros. 50 million euros, sorry. So the next slide, that I think is the last one. Yeah, this is the consortium. We have 30 partners from private and public sector. We cover all the hydrogen value chain. I'm not talking only about hydrogen production, transport, and end uses. I am also talking about regulation, about training, and about LCAs and so on. We have the support of this Spanish ministry, and of course the local and regional support is key in this kind of projects. And as I mentioned before, we have also the support of the fuel cell and hydrogen joint undertaking. So I think that's all from my side. So thank you so much.
Great project, very innovative, and this hydrogen island is very can be, as you said, replicated in many places, hopefully.
That is the idea.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And our last presentation, so we welcome Paula from Nortegas.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
H2 Saria project. Yes. Thank you.
Today I'm the last one. Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Paula Gata. I work in Nortegas in the engineering and R&D department. And today we are going to present our project, H2 Sarea. As you probably don't know, Sarea means grid in Basque. So I will present the project, sharing with you a short video. So let me share my screen with you. Okay. I don't think I'm able to share. Alexandra?
You should be able to share.
Okay. Yes. Are you seeing my screen?
It is loading.
Okay.
Give it a second. It's coming on.
Okay.
Now we see it.
Okay. So we will start to see the video. It's in Spanish, so you have to read the subtitles. Okay.
Just to let you know, Paula, we don't have the sound.
No.
Subtitles.
Oh. How can I
actually, you need to stop sharing and start sharing again. When you start sharing, there's a little option that you can select that says include the sound.
Okay, I will try. Sorry.
It's a bit tricky.
Share.
Like include the sound of the computer or something like that, it says.
Okay, I see. I can see it. Okay, let's see. So, if you don't mind, I will start again with the video. Sorry. Can you hear the sound?
El Grupo Nortegas tiene como objetivo estratégico convertirse en un agente activo en el cambio de modelo energético que nuestra sociedad está afrontando. Y para ello apostamos por poner nuestras infraestructuras al servicio de los objetivos de la descarbonización en el contexto de la transición energética. El hidrógeno verde, producido, por ejemplo, mediante un proceso de electrólisis a partir de la combinación de agua y electricidad de origen renovable, es una de las soluciones que nos permitirán avances muy relevantes en la descarbonización de la economía, favoreciendo además, en el contexto de nuestro país, tanto un mayor aprovechamiento de la creciente generación de electricidad de origen renovable como una reducción de la dependencia exterior en materia energética. Este hidrógeno verde puede ser distribuido y de esta forma aprovechar los más de 90.000 kilómetros de redes de gas natural existentes en España, actuando como palanca de descarbonización no solo en aquellos sectores de difícil electrificación, como es el transporte pesado o la industria, sino también como alternativa o complemento a segmentos de demanda que actualmente cubre el gas natural, como por ejemplo el sector residencial. Y por ello, entre otras iniciativas estratégicas, en el Grupo Nortegas estamos poniendo nuestras capacidades técnicas y experiencia en el desarrollo y gestión de infraestructuras al servicio del desarrollo integral de la cadena de valor del hidrógeno verde. Y en este sentido, el proyecto H2 Area es una de nuestras apuestas clave de investigación, desarrollo e innovación.
Es un proyecto pionero liderado por Nortegas, no lo hacemos solos, tenemos el apoyo de dos centros tecnológicos relevantes, Tecnalia y el Centro Nacional del Hidrógeno, y luego contamos con un apoyo, con una subvención del Gobierno vasco, que es también pues, un papel muy importante, ¿no?, en este proyecto. Sin duda, el gas natural es el combustible de origen fósil más limpio que existe, pero no obstante, Nortegas está comprometido con los objetivos y los compromisos medioambientales y creemos que las infraestructuras de gas van a tener un papel protagonista en una economía totalmente descarbonizada. Lo que se trata es de implantar una maqueta que simule lo que es la realidad de nuestra red, o sea, que contenga todos los componentes que tiene una red de distribución, para ver cuál es el comportamiento de la infraestructura actual ante esas nuevas mezclas. Reguladores, filtros, medidores, todo tipo de juntas, o sea, todo lo que es simular lo que realmente existe ahora mismo y está distribuyendo el gas, incluyendo también el equipamiento de los usuarios.
Cada empresa miembro del consorcio va a desarrollar un proyecto ligado al hidrógeno, que tenga una aplicabilidad futura con esta nueva tecnología. En el caso de ABC, están desarrollando un nuevo compresor que permita comprimir diferentes mezclas de hidrógeno renovable y gas natural, incluso el 100% de hidrógeno con cero fugas. Erreca está diseñando fijaciones inteligentes para reducir las pérdidas de hidrógeno en las uniones atornilladas de las redes de gas natural. Orki está implementando componentes para sistemas de blending en caldera, incluso para el 100% de hidrógeno. H2Site está elaborando sistemas de separación de gas natural e hidrógeno verde a partir de una mezcla de blending, para conseguir dos líneas, por un lado el hidrógeno con una pureza muy alta y por otro lado el gas natural. Y Fidegas está desarrollando unos sensores que permitan conocer la concentración de hidrógeno, de gas natural y de CO2 en una corriente de gases. Otros aspectos que quiere analizar Nortegas, aparte del comportamiento de la red, es estudiar cómo se llevaría a cabo esa inyección de hidrógeno renovable en la red de distribución existente. Es decir, cómo sería ese punto de inyección que hay que diseñar, convirtiéndose en el primer punto de inyección de hidrógeno verde existente en España.
El uso de las infraestructuras gasistas en general y de las redes de distribución en particular harán posible esta descarbonización de manera más eficiente y con un menor impacto económico para los consumidores, al reducir los costes e inversiones necesarios para la transición energética. Se trata, por tanto, de una oportunidad que no podemos desaprovechar.
Okay, and now just to finish, I would like to show you a picture of the construction of the project that we are now working on it. And you can see the compressor and also the equipment of the consumers. And we hope to finish the construction and start test by the end of this year. So that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you very much. A very also great project with all the components that will be tested on the same site. Thank you very much.
You are invited when we have it in progress. You are invited, and when we can travel around Europe, you are invited.
It'd be great. We'll be happy to meet you there. Thank you very much. And thank you to all our presenters. We have a couple of questions. Unfortunately, we'd like to leave the floor then to Robert Judd and Muresh to conclude this 3 days anniversary. So very interesting questions anyway, especially some challenging ones for Michele, I think, are about the capacity to the assessment of your network, and a question also for the Green Highland project. So please, if you have time in the next minutes to answer them, and then I will thank again all the presenters of this afternoon. It was really a great demonstration that everything is going very fast, and that we really need to coordinate, and we see that there are a lot of results that will come. That are about to come for the whole gas infrastructure value chain. We have seen distribution, transmission, storage, and end user, also production, of course. And so this was a really great shaping of our hydrogen landscape. So I will give the floor back to, I don't know, Muresh or Robert, maybe?
Yeah, thanks. Well, thank you very much, Tanguy, and for hosting these sessions, and also Tony in the morning. Well, thank you very much, Paula. Now I feel like my name is that of a network, at least a Basque one. So that changes my life. And also, yeah, more generally, many thanks to all the participants and presenters. There's great energy, great enthusiasm, and it shows how well how all these energies push into the same direction, and how much stronger we can all get if we coordinate ourselves. So I think that that illustrates that indeed when we celebrate today GERG's 60th anniversary, it's a challenging time of energy paradigm shift, and indeed the net zero carbon transition in the next 30 years, it's a steep wall to climb, and we're happy to have spent these 3 days together with all of you to not only look back on how GERG provided at those important moments for the industry the enabling insights to adapt not only to past challenges, but every time to transformation. And you saw that GERG has, in the new context, also reshaped itself to focus on the new challenges and opportunities on the road to decarbonization by reducing methane emissions and pushing for the speedy adoption of biomethane and hydrogen. And we're now completely aligned with the objectives of the EU Green Deal and Fit for 55. And to help us all put this into practice, many thanks to all the colleagues who invested a lot of work into collaboratively developing the roadmaps on each of these 3 priorities. And as mentioned previously by Alexandra and others, you can find them on the GERG, the summaries, you can find them on the GERG website. And not only looking, I would say, internally in the GERG community, but also let me express the deepest gratitude also to the keynote contributors that brought a very diverse and enriching external perspective. I think that hints that we might have to adjust some things in the details of the roadmaps. And also the incredible wealth of ongoing projects showed how active and vibrant the R&D community is and how keen the industry is to create value and overcome uncertainties and gaps through R&D. And obviously, we as GERG pledge to continue delivering R&D projects along those roadmaps, not only collaborating among GERG members, but also with other associations. So many thanks to all the GERG members, to the partners, and to the Secretariat team. They did a lot of heavy lifting before the event and during the event, and also obviously my full gratitude to David and Isabel, who shared the destinies of GERG over the last decade and who brought us where we are today. And well, let's all together continue to drive GERG. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'd hand over to our Secretary General, Robert, who is using all of his energy to help us drive fast forward.
Well, hopefully I still have a little more energy left yet, Muraz. Some way to go, I think. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming along. It's been a long road to get here. 60 years, of course, but the last few weeks have been the hardest. I think once again I've got to ask the Secretariat to put their cameras on as well, because as I please Alexandra, Magdalena, and Miguel, please. You've been doing all the hard work, and I have to acknowledge every day that you've been doing all the hard work behind the scenes, a phenomenal amount of work to put this conference together. And it's been, in my eyes, I hope in other people's eyes, a great success. I think we set out to achieve something special, and I think we managed. And you guys are the ones that have actually driven this forward and got us to this point, and I really thank you again. We've got to the end of the 3 days, and we're clearly in a very good position, and we've had a really good turnout, some really good discussions, lots of really interesting projects. And clearly there's a long way for us to go, and we're just starting a new road. We're going to use those roadmaps, as Muraz says, and they're not just going to sit on the shelf. We are starting to form projects, and these really are helping us to form the way forward. And I think research and collaborative research is still really important, although lots of people are implementing the hydrogen, the road to hydrogen already. I think there's still a lot for us to do, and the work that we're doing and the work our partners are doing are illustrating that we can do it better by working together. And it's great to see that collaboration, and we need to keep making sure that is recognised, and that our skills are recognised as a community. And also, you know, we need to deliver this. It's not just for us as the industry, but we need to convince the decision makers, and we're doing this ultimately for society. We're looking to transform our industry, and we're serious about this. And I think what we're doing is there to support this in the best possible way, to make sure we do it at the lowest possible cost and the lowest possible disruption to our consumers and to all of us as members of society. And also the important thing is, and we've seen this with the Secretariat, of course, we need to bring new talent forward, and we're continuing to do that in GERG. And you'll see that at the EGTEC conference next year, we'll have our periodic Young Researchers Award, and the Secretariat will be getting busy with that straight away after this conference. So there is no end to the work they're doing. But again, thank you for all the work you've done, and I just look forward to where we go next. And thanks to everybody again. And let's keep in touch. Let's continue to communicate and continue to contribute. And I think the next event that we'll be looking after is the Tiger Workshop on the 15th of December. So watch out for that. We need to get that on the road very quickly. So once again, Christmas is still a long way away, and I'll hopefully see you all in Brussels next week. So thanks again, and have a great weekend.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your evening and your weekend.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much,
Bye-bye.
everybody, for coming.
Thank you, everyone. See you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. Bye.